Here stood a luxurious palace with gold and blue accents in the architecture. In front of the building was a round fountain with an exquisite ornament, surrounded by greenery and flower beds. Around the palace were trees and bushes, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and tranquility. A young man with expressive golden eyes stood in the middle of the garden, addressing a girl named Aya. A raptor perched on his arm. He said in a low voice that he had heard the news that her father had adopted a boy, the son of one of his deceased knights. The girl, leisurely sipping a fragrant drink from a beautiful porcelain cup, listened carefully to the boy and, agreeing with him, gently confirmed his words. The girl with bright blue eyes turned to the interlocutor. Her hair, covered with ribbons and pearls, fell to her shoulders. A slight smile lit up her face, and her voice sounded melodious and slightly trembling. She, putting down her cup of drink, answered him restrainedly. "Yes, Your Majesty." In a luxurious room, the two of them were talking at a small table. The girl standing opposite the young man continued to explain. "Next week, my father is hosting a festive banquet where he will be officially introduced to the aristocrats." The boy turned to the girl, his voice calm but slightly interested. "Isn't today's dessert delicious?" His outfit, decorated with gold patterns, radiated nobility, and a quiet mystery seemed to sparkle in his eyes. He looked carefully at the plate and noticed that all the desserts remained untouched and informed the girl about it. Their appearance was perfect. The neat shape, delicate cream, and skillful decoration made them incredibly appetizing. The girl smiled slightly and explained that it was an almond cake. However, her face showed a slight concern, as if she was afraid to say something unnecessary. Her blue eyes were frightened. The boy looked at the girl with his golden eyes, as if the news about the almonds had surprised him. After a short pause, he asked again, clarifying whether this was the reason for her refusal. But still, the issue wasn't whether the girl liked almonds or not, but that she was allergic to this type of nut. However, even if she told the guy about it, he wouldn't listen to her. These thoughts swirled around Aya. The girl replied, with only a little anxiety, which she skillfully concealed, that she would eat her dessert later. Her face did not change, and yet there was a reason why the girl didn't want to tell the boy anything, because behind that innocent face was something terrible. In reality, this guy is hiding the fact that he is a crazy tyrant. His merciful face becomes terrifying, as do his golden eyes. Exactly 13 years ago, this boy told his dad that he wanted to marry a beautiful little girl. However, after this little 5-year-old brunette with golden eyes named Sane pointed his finger at her, something terrible happened in her life. The little girl's life turned into a living hell. Every day she lived in fear, because behind her stood the one who was supposed to be her protector, but became her hell. The boy had been bullying the girl since childhood. One day, when they were playing in the room, he looked down on her and ordered her to get up faster because he wanted to play horse racing. His tone was domineering and slightly mocking, which made the girl only sigh silently. Already at the age of 8, the boy showed his excessive arrogance. Once, giving a girl a collar for her birthday, he coldly declared that it was a gift, but with one condition: she must be obedient like a puppy. His words caused her mixed feelings, indignation and incomprehension. At the age of 14, the boy cut out the tongue of a bird that belonged to a girl. This greatly upset her, as the little dove was her favorite and only comfort. However, he calmly explained his act by saying that the creature was too noisy. The bird flew from the boy's shoulder to its intended place. The girl watched everything silently, not understanding why the boy was being so cruel. The boy looked at the girl intently and said that it was getting late and she should go back. However, he would order all the remaining desserts to be packed. His words sounded cold, as if he was not paying attention to her feelings, but only to his own desires. The girl, excited and frightened, agreed with the boy, her voice trembling slightly. She understood that any protest could turn into even greater danger, so she decided to silently obey, although her heart beat faster with anxiety. The boy began to approach the girl, his steps confident and cold, as if he was in control of every moment. His hand reached closer to the girl's face, and she instantly stopped breathing, feeling the tension build in the air. Her body froze with fear, and each of her breaths seemed too loud in the silence that surrounded them. He gently took her chin, forcing her to look at him. Her eyes were filled with fear, but she couldn't tear her gaze away. He praised her submissiveness, and his words sounded less like a compliment and more like an affirmation of his power over her. "Yes, I am the bride of this madman," flashed through her mind. Her blue eyes filled with anxiety, and her fingers involuntarily touched her lips. This thought sounded like an inevitable sentence that she could not change, no matter how much she wanted to. A canary in captivity, was the thought that kept running through her mind as she gazed through the golden bars. Surrounded by beauty, she still felt her freedom disappearing among those delicate roses and greenery. She wanted to escape from him, and then she could live in peace. This thought rang in her head, like a call to action, like a ray of hope in the midst of an endless trap. She imagined the wind of freedom blowing through her hair, giving her a new life. And all this time, a painful question arose inside her. How could she escape from her fiancé and her younger brother? She was literally torn between them, because each of them was a part of her life. But at the same time, each of them, in their own way, kept her trapped. In reality, she was an ordinary girl who worked in an office from morning to night. Her life was full of routine duties, reports, and calls, and she never thought she would find herself in such a terrible situation. Suddenly, the girl heard a desperate cry. Someone was shouting that a child had fallen into the sea. Her heart sank in panic, and she turned sharply in that direction. Her eyes searched in fear for the source of the noise, and the thought already flashed through her mind as to whether there was anything she could do to help. However, if she had not jumped into the water because of her courage, she might not have died. Her desperate act was a last-ditch attempt to save her life, but at that moment, she was not thinking about herself, only about the child who needed help. However, apart from that, she wouldn't have gotten into the romance that changed her whole life. Her courage, which prompted her to take a desperate step, was the beginning of a story where reality and feelings intertwined in an unusual way, opening up a completely different world before her. Indeed, the world the girl is currently in is a fantasy novel. The book is called Moon of Empire, and it tells the story of two wonderful but very different men. She was reborn into the body of Cian's fiancé, one of the main characters. Instead of her usual life, she found herself in the world of a novel, where her new role was far from easy. A girl at the age of 18 was supposed to die by the sword of her fiancé, Sane, according to the plot of the novel. The second main character of the novel is a boy whom the girl's father is going to adopt, Uriel Godwin, a young man with short blonde hair and red eyes. He is dressed in elegant clothes, a white shirt with puffy sleeves, and a dark vest with gold trim. The outfit is complemented by stylish details such as a chain and a brooch. The boy was the girl's brother, but they are not related by blood. Uriel Godwin's appearance, the warmth of his soul, changed Sane. The young prince's terrible behavior completely changed to normal. She must make them fall in love with each other as quickly as possible so that the prince breaks off his engagement to her. Only in this way can she avoid the terrible fate that awaits her in the novel's plot. The estate, in soft tones, shone under the rays of the sun, attracting the attention of everyone who passed by. Its majesty was felt at first sight, because every element, from the luxurious facades to the sophisticated landscapes, spoke of the exquisite taste and wealth of the owner. This house belonged to the Duke of Howard. The girl sat calmly on a chair in a quiet room, focused on her thoughts, while the maid standing next to her neatly combed her long locks. The light rustle of the comb echoed in the silence, but Aya herself seemed distant from the world around her. Someone was speaking to her, but her gaze was deep in her own thoughts. The girl was addressed again, this time louder, asking if she could hear. Only after a few moments of profound silence did she look up and see her interlocutor. The girl's mother was addressing her, and without turning her head, she leaned forward slightly, asking what she was talking about. Her voice remained calm, but there was a slight anxiety in it. A woman in a luxurious red dress that emphasized her elegance and authority asked the girl why she was so absent-minded. It was Anna, the Duke's wife, whose penetrating gaze seemed to see more than she said. The woman came closer, stopping next to the girl, and sternly reminded her that she would soon have to meet a boy. She emphasized that the girl should not forget this. Even if she did not like him, she should behave with dignity, like a true lady. The woman's gaze remained cold as ice, but she continued to speak. Her voice was firm as she added that such people would never be able to break the girl's noble will. She emphasized that the girl must do everything so that this young man would be grateful to them for today's meeting in the future. The girl looked at the woman in fear, her eyes reflecting a mixture of fear and helplessness. She only spoke her words of agreement quietly, almost in a whisper, as if afraid that her voice might betray her emotions. Today was the day the girl first met her younger brother. His name was Uriel. He was the son of Lord Godwin, one of her father's most loyal knights. Godwin died in the East, in a fierce battle for the territory of the Reiter Empire, bravely defending the Duke. His death was a heavy loss for all who knew his honor and loyalty. The Lord had only one son, Uriel. The Duke, wanting to honor the memory of his faithful knight with dignity, decided to adopt the boy. And at tonight's banquet, his father would officially announce his decision and present Uriel to all present. This event was of great significance, as it symbolized not only the boy's acceptance into the family, but also the ducal house's respect for those who had given their lives for their cause. Suddenly, the door flew open, and a small boy with thick dark hair that almost fell over his eyes appeared on the threshold. His gaze attracted attention. His dark blue eyes shone with a special shade that was impossible not to notice. He called out loudly for his sister. The girl turned sharply to the boy, her gaze flashing with anger. She asked reproachfully if he hadn't learned in etiquette class that barging into a room without knocking was impolite. Her voice was stern, and her face expressed obvious displeasure. The boy, not at all upset by her harshness, happily replied that he would definitely knock next time. His sincere smile and carefree tone seemed to try to smooth over the situation, although it was unlikely to change his sister's mood. The boy, with a joyful smile on his face, announced that his father had already brought the boy. His eyes were shining, and it seemed that he couldn't wait to share this news. The boy, ignoring his sister's angry expression, happily hugged her. With his carefree energy, he asked if she wanted to go with him to meet the boy. Aya herself had been waiting for this too. The girl nevertheless agreed to her brother's idea, and they walked down the corridor together. The boy, unable to contain his joy, cheerfully replied that he had never imagined that she would agree to such a thing. His words sounded sincere. The boy added with a smile that he had never thought she would agree to go with him. His words were full of surprise and pleasure, and this only emphasized his uninhibited joy. The girl replied with a slight smile that she had decided it would be better to meet the boy before the ball. Her words were calm, but there was a sense of deliberation in them, as if she had already accepted this new role in the family and was ready to give it a chance. The novel said that the boy should have golden hair like the sun. This comparison gave him a special magical appearance, like a ray of warmth and light shining amidst the darkness, and his eyes were sharp, like a leopard's, penetrating and observant, able to capture every movement in space. His appearance was incredibly beautiful, but at the same time inspiring awe. He was one of the main characters, and the girl was really interested in what he looked like. His image, which she had heard a lot about, aroused in her a mixture of admiration and curiosity. The boy stood in the middle of the room, carefully surveying his surroundings, as if every element of the space had a special meaning to him. His gaze was calm but penetrating, focused on every movement that occurred in the room. A servant approached him, asking if this was all his luggage. The boy turned his gaze to the servant. His eyes were a bright red, like flames, emitting a strong but restrained light. He was silent for a moment, as if contemplating what to say. After a moment's silence, he said that he would handle the rest himself. His voice was firm, almost stubborn, as if he was not used to relying on others. The boy was the main character of the novel, and at the time he was 15 years old. But his mature, calm attitude to everything around him gave the impression that he had been through much more. The servants, seeing the boy and girl, immediately greeted them, but they, without changing their expressions, calmly replied not to disturb them. Suddenly, The girl decided to knock on the door without opening it. A light knock was heard, and she, a little embarrassed, apologized for disturbing him. Her voice was soft, but with a hint of politeness, and it was clear that she did not want to be intrusive. The girl, with a slight smile, continued to knock quietly on the door, as if testing the patience of the one on the other side. But the boy burst in angrily, his face contorted with anger. He asked sharply if it was him, and why they were bringing all sorts of stray dogs and cats into their estate. His words were loud, filled with indignation, and his gaze was so sharp that it seemed as if he was ready to deal with everyone. The girl was outraged by the boy's behavior, because he had created a problem where there should have been none. She felt disappointed, because her entire plan to bring kindness and kindness to the situation had literally failed. Her mood changed, and she looked at her brother with undisguised irritation. This boy was the main character of the novel, her brother, although they were not related by blood. Despite this, she and her brother watched over him, and this situation seemed to have a special importance for everyone involved. As the novel had described, the boy was thin but tall, and his bearing exuded a certain maturity unusual for his age. His gaze was piercing, like that of an adult, so deep and penetrating that it seemed he could see more than others. The girl calmly watched the boy, not surprised by his behavior, because this was not their first quarrel. She had a rather calm character, and she was already used to such situations. The boy, in turn, was quite good at hiding his emotions, which further emphasized his intelligence. There was nothing surprising in the fact that Sane fell in love with him. The girl decided to calm down, knowing that she had another chance. She took a deep breath, putting aside all emotions, and tried to gather herself so as not to lose the opportunity. The girl warned her brother not to be rude. Her voice was calm and soft, without a hint of aggression, but there was a certain authority in its sound. The little boy was already looking angrily at the guy, his gaze filled with hostility, but the girl, realizing that this was their first meeting, greeted him kindly. There was no hint of quarrel or tension in her voice. She was trying to create a friendly atmosphere. She added that she was also the older sister, calmly and gently, trying to relieve any tension. The boy stared at them intently, his gaze remaining cold at first, but softening noticeably over time. The girl hugged her younger brother, trying to create a warm atmosphere, and with a smile introduced the boy to him. She said his name was Noah Howard, hoping that would help ease the situation. However, despite her efforts, he was clearly not happy. The girl thought, with a worried but smiling face, that her brother was angry, but she still hoped that she could make a good first impression. She felt that, in order to earn his love and trust, she might have to take the difficult step of breaking off the engagement. The girl followed the boy, watching his every move, but he remained silent. His silence was heavy, as if he was carefully considering each word or simply not ready to speak. The guy also greeted me, and the words that came out of his lips were that he was glad to meet me. A slight smile appeared on his face, which, although restrained, still indicated that he was ready for a new relationship. However, the girl thought that, despite his politeness, he seemed to want nothing to do with them. A certain uneasiness crept into her heart, and she could not help but notice how distant his demeanor seemed. She told the boy that since he had entered the estate, he had changed his last name to Howard. Her words were calm, although she could see that his expression did not change. Then she added that she hoped they could get along and live happily ever after. There was a certain hope in her voice. If he did not want to, then she would take matters into her own hands. However, the girl's brother, as usual, expressed his displeasure, making it clear that the boy didn't seem to really want to be friends with them. His words were sharp, and although he tried to remain restrained, there was obvious disappointment in his voice. The boy also angrily added that the boy was the son of a short night, and their father only pitied him. His words were disparaging, and he was clearly trying to belittle the new member of the family, considering him to be less than himself because of his origins. He also added that he should not hope to become part of their family. These words came as a heavy blow, and the boy became quite gloomy. His expression changed, and his eyes lost their former lightness. He seemed to hide his emotions, but it was clear from his face that these words had touched him more deeply than any other remark. The girl wondered in embarrassment why her brother couldn't keep quiet for even a minute. She worried that his hostility and rudeness might make him hate her. Her younger brother's behavior was making it increasingly difficult for their relationship with their new sibling to develop harmoniously. But the girl tried to put it all down to the fact that her brother was only 12 years old. She understood that his harsh words could have been caused by youthful stubbornness and a lack of understanding of the situation. The girl put her hands on her brother's shoulders, stopping his harsh words. She gently reminded him that Uriel was their brother now, and it was important to accept him with kindness. She hoped that his brother would understand that insults would only complicate the situation and would try to change his attitude. However, he was her half-brother, but not her own. The boy's mother died when he was very young, leaving him in the care of the Duke. The Duke loved and pampered him so much that he often turned a blind eye to all his tricks and antics, allowing him to do as he pleased. The most interesting thing is that this little boy, the younger brother of a girl named Noah, is actually a thief whose role in the plot is to contribute to the development of Uriel's character. He constantly bullied and humiliated the young boy, making him feel worthless and miserable. His words and actions left deep wounds in the boy's soul, undermining his confidence and causing a feeling of hopelessness. No one came to his aid at such moments, so he was forced to rely only on himself. His firmness and composure became his only allies in the fight for a place in the Duke's family. But now everything had changed. The girl understood that she needed to help Uriel adapt to the Duke's family, because it had become an important part of her plan to break the engagement and achieve the desired position. These thoughts were constantly spinning in her head, and despite the complexity of the situation, a slight smile appeared on her face. She felt her heart torn between two boys, Uriel and Sain. These feelings mixed in her soul, creating a sense of confusion and uncertainty. However, the little boy, with obvious disappointment and visible anger, asked his sister why she was protecting the boy, since he was her real younger brother, not some stranger. The girl calmly replied that Uriel was now also his father's son, and urged him to let others think what they wanted, for the Duke's decisions must be accepted without objection. Then, lowering her voice slightly, she asked if he wanted to anger his father with his rebellious attitude. The boy agreed with the girl in disappointment, his face not expressing anger, but rather resentment. One lonely tear quietly flowed down his cheek, betraying all his experiences and feelings that he tried to hide. The boy added with sadness and slight irritation that it was not fun at all here, and without further ado, decided to leave. The girl watched her brother in surprise, not knowing how to react, while the young man stood aside, but closely watched his every move. The boy left the room, slamming the door, leaving the girl and the boy alone. The silence that followed his departure filled the room, and they were left alone, each with their own thoughts. The girl looked at the boy and, smiling, told him not to be offended by her younger brother, because he was still too young and did not understand everything that was happening around him. The boy, with a sad expression on his face, agreed with the little brawler's words about his status, adding that it was only thanks to the Duke that he was not on the street right now. His eyes looked deeply disappointed, and in his gaze there was a tangible fatigue from this difficult situation. The girl gently took the boy's hand and refuted his words, pointing out that he was much more than just a coincidence. The moment was quite magical, and in its silence you could feel a real warmth and support. The boy's expression had changed considerably. He no longer looked gloomy, but rather surprised and slightly confused. His red eyes, like blood, sparkled against the background of his golden hair, giving him an unusual expressiveness and beauty. The girl, without looking up from her work, looked at him intently and calmly, but loudly added that from this day on the boy was also the son of the Duke. He opened his mouth in surprise, not believing his ears. The girl, looking at the boy, firmly said that now no one in the Duke's house would dare to offend him. Her face expressed confidence and determination, for she was ready to protect him from any difficulties that might arise. The boy looked at the girl in surprise, his lips moving as if he wanted to say something, but his thoughts were so confused that he couldn't grasp the essence of the situation. Left speechless, he stood silently, feeling the inner chaos overflowing him. The girl smiled her beautiful smile again, and looking at him, told him not to be surprised. She added that now he could call her sister, like a younger brother. Her words sounded gentle and warm, filling the silence between them. The boy was a little embarrassed by such information and affection, but feeling the warmth of her words, he agreed with the girl. His gaze softened, and although he was still surprised, he felt a little calmer in her presence. He smiled nonetheless, and, after a short pause, addressed the girl, calling her his older sister. This simple but important word made the girl cheer up, and her eyes shone with joy, because this gesture meant a lot to both of them. The girl agreed with his words with a smile and a sparkle in her eyes, her face radiating joy and peace. She looked happy, as if this small step in their relationship had become an important moment for her. The girl in her thoughts was jumping with happiness, like a little child, rejoicing that the main character had called her sister. This simple but important word became a sign for her that she was one step closer to her victory. All her hopes and dreams now seemed more real, and she felt how this moment was changing her life. The boy decided to ask the girl about her kindness, because he couldn't understand why she was treating him like that. He knew that the Duke had only adopted him because of his father's death, and he didn't understand why they should behave like family. Why was the girl so kind? Because they weren't real brother and sister. The girl, upon hearing his question, only smiled innocently and gently stroked his hair, as if it were the simplest and most natural gesture. The boy felt ashamed again, his face flushed from what he had heard and from her caress. The girl looked up to meet his gaze, considering the great difference in height, and calmly explained her words. She said that he was her younger brother now, and therefore she had to worry about him. She didn't want to interfere too much in his affairs, but she was always ready to help if he needed support. The boy smiled a little, his eyes lit up softly, and he thanked the girl for her kindness. The girl looked at the boy seriously and added that there were indeed people in the estate who might try to make his life difficult, including her younger brother. She emphasized that if the boy wanted to stay here and have peace, he would need support. The guy was a little confused, asking awkwardly if she meant herself. The girl replied with a slight smile that she wasn't perfect enough for that, but she knew someone who could really help. Her words sounded confident, and it calmed the guy down a little, although he still didn't quite understand what exactly the girl meant. The boy asked in surprise who this person was. He was worried. The girl looked at the boy, her face becoming serious and a little stern as she said that this was her fiancé, Saint-Chris. She added that he was an important figure in their family, and she was trying to keep peace between everyone. But despite her seriousness, there was a certain softness in her voice. The boy, a little worried, asked if she meant the fourth prince, looking completely surprised by her answer. His eyes widened in surprise, as he had not expected her to be talking about him, since this prince was known for his influence at court. The girl, without changing her serious expression on her face, agreed and added that if a boy wants to become stronger, he needs to befriend a person who even his father and mother are afraid of. And this, as she noted, is her fiancé, Saint-Chris. The boy asked excitedly how he could get support, since he did not know the prince. His eyes were filled with doubt, and his voice betrayed uncertainty. He could not imagine how he could approach such an important and powerful person. The girl told him not to worry, and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Her voice was calm and confident, which should have calmed the boy down a bit, even despite his excitement. The girl smiled and said that he could meet the prince at tonight's banquet. She added that this was a good time for a first meeting, as the prince often attended such events, and it would give the boy a chance to show himself. The girl thought, remembering the first meeting of the main characters. Every time she thinks about it, she is overcome with goosebumps from delight. In the novel, Uriel saves Sane, who was seriously injured. He thanked him for his help and led him to the Duke's estate, where they could find safety and support. Since she already knows the plot, she decided not to interfere in the main events and just go with the flow. She wants to keep herself in the background, letting events unfold naturally. Let Uriel be grateful for her help and support. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what he needed to do. He looked quite agitated, as if trying to figure out how to act in this situation. It was a sunny day outside, and in the middle stood a royal mansion built of platinum. It looked extremely luxurious, striking in its grandeur and elegance. Someone sat at a chessboard, skillfully moving pieces, carefully analyzing each move as his hands lifted the pieces again and again to begin a new strategy. Two men in gray approached the boy with serious expressions on their faces. They addressed him with majesty and greeting, asking when they could begin their action, eagerly awaiting his instructions. The boy looked up, his golden eyes like a magnet, drawing the attention of those around him. His hair fell over his face, and he calmly explained that Duke Mitchell would be at the Howard family's holiday banquet. If they were going to act, they needed to start before the event began. One of the men, with a discontented voice, trying to control his emotions, expressed his indignation. He declared that he was the fourth prince, but his brother was using him as a submissive subordinate, and this was a real humiliation for him. His face expressed deep disappointment and pain. The boy leaned closer, his gaze cold and determined. He angrily turned to the man, warning him to remember. It was not his brother who was using him, but he himself who was controlling his brother. His words carried a clear sense of superiority and determination. The guy added that the best outcome would be seduction itself, but if that didn't work, it was better for them to just run away and avoid any further contact. He said this with a certain confidence, knowing that in such matters it was important to have another plan. The boy thought for a moment, and without changing his expression, replied that in case of failure, they should be prepared for any consequences. He added that the crown prince would try to shift all the blame onto him. The boy looked at him in surprise, but his expression remained unwavering. He understood that this man was not afraid of the consequences and probably had his own plans. However, he replied calmly that in that case, they would have to rely only on their strength and cunning. The other man, who had remained silent until now, finally decided to intervene. His tone was sharp and his gaze cold. He said that the act under discussion was completely unscrupulous and that one should think carefully before acting. The boy turned sharply to him, his gaze full of anger and determination. He replied that there was no need to rush, because their opponents were not stupid and they needed to act carefully, carefully planning each step. The guy, without looking up from the game, dropped one of the pieces and without changing his expression, added that the situation was much more complicated than the crown prince could have imagined. The boy rose from his chair, looking calm, but there was a hidden threat in his words. He declared that he already had a countermeasure that they would see when the time came. The boy moved closer to the two men, his voice firm and determined. He added that all the weapons they used bore the elegant emblem of his knightly order, and that was significant. The boy moved closer to one of the men, his voice even quieter, but more insistent. He said that since this was going to be a murder, the paraphernalia should not have any marks or signs that would indicate their involvement. The boy drew his sword and, holding it in his hands, appreciating its brilliance with his eyes, said coldly that if the sword with the emblem of his order was found at the scene of the murder, everyone would immediately begin to suspect him. But, he added with a lazy smile, only naive people believed in such trifles. He raised his voice and shouted again that anyone who would believe such an absurd accusation was a real fool. His words sounded with undisguised aggression, as if he was prepared for any turn of events. The other man seemed to calm down a bit, and looking at the boy, replied that he understood the situation now. He pointed out that everyone thought of him as just a small figure of his brother, and people would think that someone was trying to frame him, forcing him to go against the Duke. Another man added that they could assume that the crown prince himself could have done it, and put all the blame on the fourth prince, that is, on him, in order to avoid any suspicions about himself. The guy smiled slightly and replied that no matter how things turned out, people would still consider him a loser who had been set up. The men thought for a moment, because everything was going as they expected, and in that case, their work would not be in vain. It was night outside, and Duke Howard's mansion stood out in all its grandeur and beauty under the glow of the stars and the moon. Inside, in the luxurious halls, People were discussing whether they should switch rooms before the banquet began, so that everything would be prepared for the important guests. The girl looked at her brother intently and thought about the same boy again. She said that Sane would definitely come to her, and that's why her brother should take this opportunity to say hello to him. The girl added with a smile that her brother could leave everything else to her care. In the novel, Sane, after being wounded in a failed assassination attempt on the Duke, flees to Aya's room. There, he tries to hide from the danger that has once again loomed over him after the unfortunate event. And it was by chance that Uriel saved him. Thanks to this incident, he gained the sympathy of the prince. After that, the young man's life improved significantly, and the opportunities that opened up before him became much wider. Uriel smiled and replied that he would listen to the girl's advice and do as she advised him. The girl thought for a moment, admitting that it was very kind of him. She liked it. The mansion was simply incredible at night. Its stone walls looked even more majestic under the moonlight, and the windows, reflecting the starry sky, seemed to glow with their own light. Its architecture was captivating. Every detail seemed like a work of art. The girl watched with slight disappointment as the guests entered the manor one by one, each of them talking and laughing. But among them was not the one she had been waiting for. There was a certain longing in her eyes, as if she was still waiting for the appearance of this special person who was to change the entire course of her thoughts and plans for this evening. The girl sighed deeply, feeling anxiety filling her heart, and decided that a walk would help dispel her sad thoughts. The girl looked at the moon with a smile. Its light was so bright and gentle that it seemed to fill her soul with peace. It seemed to her that on this night, everything in the world was perfect. Suddenly, she heard a soft rustling of leaves, which seemed to come from the dark thicket. The girl listened and, unable to resist curiosity, looked into the shadows. The thought flashed through her mind that it might be a wild cat or some other animal hiding among the trees. She held her breath, waiting for any movement. She reached out cautiously to the bush, quietly pushed aside its branches, trying not to give herself away, and peered in. Her eyes were blurred by the darkness, but after a few moments she made out a silhouette moving among the leaves. The girl froze in place, her eyes widening in surprise. Before her was a young man, wounded and exhausted, in an elegant suit that seemed perfectly suited for a festive event. His head was bowed, and his hair, dark and soft, fell over his face, hiding his features. The girl watched the wounded boy in surprise. She couldn't believe that she was standing in front of a living person who needed help. His look was so touching and sad. Yes, and the fact that the boy was injured seemed even more strange. She could not understand how he ended up here, in such a state, and in such a nice suit. It all seemed too unusual and mysterious to her. The girl looked at the boy lying in front of her in confusion and surprise. She didn't understand why this situation seemed so familiar to her, because she had seen or heard something like this before. Her thoughts raced, but no answers appeared. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. She couldn't understand what was happening, and why this particular situation had caused her such a strong shock. Doubts and anxiety filled her heart, but she still couldn't explain why this guy was in front of her and what he was doing here. The girl's legs were shaking, and she couldn't believe what she was seeing. Thoughts were racing through her head, and she whispered to herself, hoping it wasn't what she thought. But still, the feeling wouldn't leave her. The boy, through the pain, looked up and met the girl's eyes. He stared at her intently, his expression a mixture of surprise and suffering. The girl froze in place, hearing his voice, which abruptly broke the silence of the night. She froze for a moment, frightened, but quickly turned to him, her heart beating faster with fear and surprise. Now she could not just leave, but she did not know what to do next. He looked at her indignantly, holding his hand over his wound, and asked if she couldn't see that her fiancé was suffering. The atmosphere was too tense and heavy. The girl, not knowing what to say, stood before him, her gaze full of anxiety. A feeling of panic slowly overcame her, and a small bead of sweat that had appeared on her forehead was invisibly falling down her cheek. She tried to compose herself, but the words seemed to be stuck in her throat. The girl felt a great sadness and anxiety inside her, because the boy had noticed her, and it had disrupted her plans. Her heart began to beat faster, and she herself felt the excitement overflowing her. The girl hesitantly turned around and moved closer to the boy. Her eyes were filled with concern, and her voice was soft, even though she tried to remain calm. She looked closely at his injuries, trying to understand what exactly had happened, and at the same time, she felt her heart begin to beat faster with excitement. The girl quickly thought about it, realizing that the failure to kill the Duke was probably the reason for his injury. Anger gripped her, as she had met him before Uriel, and this added to the tension in the situation. The boy gave her a cold, displeased look, one that was both tired and irritated. His voice was low but sharp. He asked her to refrain from asking unnecessary questions and instead help him bandage the wound. This request caught the girl off guard, as her own thoughts were busy with a chaotic analysis of the situation. The girl, sensing the tension in the boy's voice, was slightly embarrassed and hurriedly replied that she would go get the bandages. She quickly turned around and headed towards the estate, trying to hide her excitement. A thought flashed through her mind that this might be a chance to get the plot back on track. The girl had not even taken a few steps when she felt a strong jerk. The boy grabbed her hand, his fingers, cold and hard, tightly gripping her wrist. The boy looked at the girl intently, his eyes radiating severity and fatigue. He squeezed her hand tighter, demonstrating his determination. His confident stance left her no choice, forcing her to stop. Clear blue sky, with light clouds, light round objects floating in the air, like balls or light reflections, adding to the calm and dreamy look. This night seemed peaceful. The girl is wearing a light dress, her clothes decorated with details that resemble jewelry or ornamentation. Her gaze is directed to the side, and her face reflects emotions. The boy on the right, in a dark, elegant outfit, with gold and silver elements, holds her hand, looking down at her. Suddenly, two men shouted to look for him there. One of them added that he had seen someone running quickly in that direction, and indicated that it was probably the one they were looking for. The girl turned in fear in the direction of the screams. Her heart skipped a few beats, and her eyes widened in panic. Hundreds of thoughts raced through her head, but none of them brought relief. She couldn't understand what had happened, and why everything around her seemed so dangerous. The boy looked at her with evil eyes, his gaze full of threat. He said that if he was caught, she would become his accomplice. His voice was cold, and his eyes were burning with rage, as if he had already decided her fate. The girl looked at him in fear, not understanding what was happening. Her heart was beating faster and faster, and her thoughts were confused, as if she had entered a completely foreign and dangerous world. She did not understand what to do in such a situation. One of the men came closer and asked loudly who was there, but the girl was nowhere to be seen. The silence grew deeper, and it seemed as if every sound echoed in the emptiness around. The trees grew thicker and thicker. The girl came out from behind the bushes, trying to hide her excitement, and with a smile said that it was her. Then, trying to remain calm, she asked what had happened. However, she was still scared. The girl looked at the men, waiting for an answer. They said that assassins had entered the Duke's estate and had been ordered to search everything around. Finally, one of them asked if she had seen anyone suspicious. The girl, maintaining an innocent expression and calm tone, replied that she had just been out for a walk and had not encountered anyone suspicious. She looked at the men with slight doubt, but tried to look as natural as possible, and added that perhaps they should look elsewhere. The man nodded in agreement with the girl, adding that it was dangerous outside right now. He advised her to return to the estate where she would be safe, as the situation was too tense to stay here. The girl agreed, and then, trying to appear loyal and polite, wished them luck in their search for the killer. When they left, the girl sighed with relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. She still couldn't understand what exactly was happening and why there were so many mysterious events around, but she felt that the situation was far from over. Suddenly, she heard the man's voice, who mockingly said that he had not expected his little bride to be able to lie. He admitted that he had underestimated her before, adding that she had changed and grown a lot over the years. The girl smiled slightly at his words, but a shadow of understanding flashed in her eyes. She knew that she shouldn't have walked around the garden, but that shouldn't have affected her plans. All these situations, no matter how they unfolded, shouldn't have prevented the boy from meeting Uriel. However, she knew that one more wrong move could lead to dire consequences. Each decision she made became increasingly difficult as she realized that not only her safety, but also the fate of everyone involved in this game was at stake. The boy asked if she had a handkerchief to help stop the bleeding. The girl, a little embarrassed, confirmed his words. There was a hidden panic on her face that could not be missed. The girl moved closer to him, gathering all her strength, and carefully helped him do what he asked. Her movements were gentle, although inside she felt uneasy about the unusual situation. The boy looked at her intently, without turning around, and in a low voice asked if she had guessed why she had met him here and what he had done. His gaze was piercing, and his words carried an indescribable tension. He continued his words, but the girl already looked scared. Her eyes widened in fear, and her heart beat faster, as if she was starting to understand what he was hinting at. Aya didn't know how to respond to him, but this ruthless protagonist could really do anything. Now she was essentially the prince's accomplice, and the question in her mind was, would she have to suffer forever because of him? She felt the weight of this choice, which seemed to have no way out, weighing on her. Suddenly, the boy abruptly extended his hand towards her. His movements were decisive and cold, as if he had already made his decision. The girl could not understand what was happening, but she felt that this gesture would change everything. The girl watched his movements in fear, and his expression was incredibly calm, as if everything that was happening was just part of some cold-blooded plan. This only increased her fear and uncertainty about what would happen next. The boy looked at her more sternly, his gaze even more piercing. He asked if she was afraid of him, and his voice sounded firm, as if he had already been waiting for an answer. The girl laughed at his words to herself. She had lived in fear since childhood, and every day was a test for her. All these years she had been in danger because of him, and now his questions seemed to her only empty threats. But she replied that in any case she was the one who saved him, and he had no right to speak to her so rudely. She hugged herself, as if trying to protect herself from his words and from the tension that was building between them. He stared at her with his golden eyes, like an eagle's, sharp and piercing. His tone grew even colder as he asked what he had done to her, as if he didn't understand why she was reacting the way she did. However, the girl knew for sure that while he had not done anything to her, everything was already decided. She understood that for him this was the end, because he could not stand people who set conditions for him, and for him it was a humiliation. And in this fictional world, he was the most dangerous person, and she knew she had to do everything in her power to survive. Her chances were slim, but she had no other choice. However, the girl suddenly fell to her knees and addressed him too formally, as if trying to preserve some dignity. She added that it would not happen again and asked him to let her go. The guy watched her act in surprise, not expecting such a reaction. She raised her head and looked at him pitifully, quietly saying that she would keep quiet. Then, in a more desperate tone, she added that she would pretend that she did not know him and had not seen him before. Her words sounded like a last attempt to maintain control of the situation. With panic in her voice, she added that she had just been walking in the garden, completely alone, and had not expected things to turn out this way. Her words sounded desperate, as if she were trying to justify herself to him. The guy looked at her in surprise. His gaze was piercing, and a slight irritation appeared on his face. He clearly did not expect such a reaction from her and did not know how to react to it. The girl added with deep despair that all these years she had worked hard to become a bride worthy of him, and now, with tears in her eyes, she asked to be given another chance. Her voice was trembling, and her heart was beating faster and faster, as if every word she said might be her last. The boy looked at her awkwardly, his gaze surprised and a little confused. He asked if she really thought he could kill her. His voice was not as cold as before, although there was still some uncertainty in his words. The girl looked into his eyes, and her thoughts began to wander. From his words, it seemed that she, his bride, had turned into a servant. But so far, there was nothing in her life that could threaten her existence. so she forced herself to calm down. He approached her, and the girl looked down, feeling her heart racing. She said quietly that she would be obedient, knowing that otherwise she would be doomed. The words were forced, but she had no other choice. The boy moved closer, and kissing her gently on the forehead, whispered that this was her reward. His gesture was unexpected, but there was a kind of cold detachment in it that only increased her feeling of discomfort. The girl looked up to look at him, surprised by the gesture. Her eyes met his, but they didn't have the usual coldness she had expected. This unexpected display of tenderness made her feel confused, and she couldn't understand what he really wanted from her. In its nocturnal beauty, the golden castle with blue elements stood before her like a great mystery. The girl was suddenly asked where she had gone because they were worried about her. Her name was heard in the voices coming from the street, and it made her feel her heart clench with anxiety. She also added that the ducal family was very upset by her absence. The maid came into the room several times, but he still waited for the girl. Her name was Messa, and her words sounded a little tired, because she could not understand why the girl was late. The girl thought, realizing that the guy was waiting for Sane for her advice, but he never came. This caused her inner turmoil, because now the storyline was broken again, and everything seemed incomprehensible. She could not understand why everything had not gone according to plan. The girl pondered every word her maid said, who stood quietly beside her, waiting for her reaction. The silence between them was tense, and although the maid didn't say another word, her presence made it clear that she was expecting some kind of decision or answer from the girl. Suddenly, the same boy who had called her earlier appeared in front of her. He stood in front of her, looking confused. His gaze was confused, and his face showed an expression she hadn't expected to see. It seemed that he was unsure of his own actions. He came closer to her and gently grabbed her hand. The girl looked at his face in surprise, trying to understand what had prompted him to do such a thing. His expression was serious, and this only increased her feeling of incomprehension. He hugged her, and there was concern in his voice as he asked if everything was okay. His hug was warm, and it gave the feeling that he really cared about her. The girl felt her heart speed up with surprise, but also a certain relaxation from his concern. However, his embrace was so strong that she couldn't even breathe. His arms wrapped around her as if pressing, and it made her feel uncomfortable. She could barely gather her thoughts, hoping that he would let her go, but his grip didn't loosen. She quietly replied that everything was fine and just decided to take a walk in the garden. By chance, she ended up in the very place where they were looking for the murderer, and it was a misunderstanding. Her voice was calm, but in her eyes, you could see the anxiety hiding under the mask of calm. The boy, maintaining a serious expression, told her not to go out alone next time and to let him stay with her to protect her. His voice was full of concern, but at the same time there was a demanding tone in it, as if he couldn't let her continue to risk her safety. The girl smiled slightly and said that it was actually her fault, promising to be more careful in the future. Her words sounded gentle, but there was a certain sincerity in them, because she understood that because of her carelessness, the situation could have become more dangerous. He was the main character, and his behavior was very different from Sane. Uriel had a gentle nature, like a warm autumn wind that brings peace and relaxation. His words and actions had warmth in them, and even in difficult situations, he remained calm and reasonable. The boy, as if realizing that everything was fine with her, added that now he could return to his room. He finally let the girl go, but his gaze still held concern. His gesture was light, but not without revealing a certain relief. The girl gently told the boy to go to bed earlier too, because he needed to be ready for tomorrow. Her voice was caring, but there was also a slight urgency in it, as if she was concerned for his well-being. The guy looked at her in surprise and asked what exactly she meant by tomorrow. His gaze was full of curiosity and some surprise, because he didn't quite understand why she was so worried about his readiness for the coming day. The king assigns the third prince and the crown prince to find the real killer, but one of them refuses to participate in the search and sends a boy instead. This decision forces Saiyan to take responsibility, and he goes to the scene to deal with the situation, although he is not entirely happy with this division of responsibilities. The third prince is Duke Caesar's grandson, so he sets out with the other elders, fulfilling his role in finding the real murderer. His family ties force him to act according to duties he cannot ignore. During the investigation, all the accusations fell on the fourth prince. This was an unexpected turn of events, as everything pointed to him, and now he was forced to justify his innocence, even as the situation became increasingly complicated. So even if Uriel couldn't meet him today, he would come tomorrow to continue the investigation. This would give them a chance to get to know each other and perhaps learn more about each other in the midst of the investigation that was gaining momentum. She looked at the boy and thought that tomorrow would be a difficult day. For the sake of her brother's love, she would have to do everything in her power to help the investigation. A sense of responsibility overwhelmed her, because she understood that she had to invest in this case. The large estate bloomed in full beauty and luxury in the morning. In the middle was a huge fountain, around which bright and fragrant plants bloomed. The water in the fountain overflowed merrily, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and grandeur, which harmoniously combined with the richness of the surrounding landscape. Cyan sat on a luxurious sofa, enjoying a drink from an elegant cup. He turned to the Duke, looking at him with confidence. The boy said that he was here to find evidence, and that he seemed to already know the truth. He added that the Crown Prince asked to convey, "If your family does not want to be destroyed, they must listen to his advice." The man stood opposite the boy, watching him carefully, while the boy still sat on the sofa, calmly holding his cup, as if he were not affected by the serious situation. The Duke, without taking his eyes off the boy, finally spoke. "The Crown Prince need not worry about this. We will always support him, both now and in the future." His voice sounded calm and confident, but a certain anxiety could still be detected in his words. The boy carefully placed the small cup on the saucer, looked at the Duke, and without changing his expression said, "Then that's all." His words were terse, as if they were drawing a line under everything that had been said before. He stood up from the sofa, slowly walked towards the Duke, and asked, "Do you mind if I visit my fiancée?" His tone was calm, but there was a slight irony in his voice. The Duke smiled and, slightly interested, replied that the girl would probably be glad to see him. There was warmth in his voice, as if he meant more than a formal comment, and some approval of the young man's decision to visit his fiancée. However, the man had no good intentions. He understood that the future of the family now depended on her, and that it was she who would have to support the fourth prince. This thought seemed obvious to him, and he had already decided that he would do everything to bring her to this decision, even if it required some effort. The girl stood in the middle of the room, her body slightly tense, and her expression showing concern. She looked quite agitated, as if her every move could have unpredictable consequences. Her eyes were fixed in front of her, but you could see the excitement in them. Opposite her stood a red-eyed boy, his face tense and his gaze focused. He never took his eyes off the girl, and his every movement betrayed an inner struggle or readiness for decisive action. He, without taking his eyes off the girl, tilted his head slightly and, with cold curiosity in his voice, asked if anything was bothering her. His words sounded calm, but there was a certain stubbornness in them, as if he was already waiting for an answer and did not intend to let her avoid a direct conversation. The girl slowly turned to him, her gaze becoming serious, and she quietly confirmed his words. She knew that this was the most important event in the boy's life, and therefore every decision she made now had great importance. Her voice was calm, but in it you could feel a certain weight of what was happening. The girl looked at him with determination in her eyes and explained that her task was to introduce him to the fourth prince. She was confident that she could help him become a royal knight, knowing how important it was for him to achieve this goal. The boy looked at her in surprise, his eyes widening with surprise, and he asked how she knew he wanted to be a royal knight. He hadn't mentioned it to anyone, and the thought that she might find out surprised him more than he wanted to show. The girl instantly became agitated, her heart skipping a few beats as she realized she had accidentally blurted out something. Now her words might reveal more than she had intended, and she hurried to find a way to fix the situation before he realized her mistake. The girl quickly gathered herself and explained that her guess was based on the fact that his father was a knight and that he would probably want to follow in his footsteps, become royal. She tried to explain it again, trying not to show her nervousness. The boy looked at her, and a soft warmth appeared in his eyes. He said that she was very kind, and added that only she could understand him and help him. His words sounded sincere, and there was a sense of gratitude in them. He felt relieved that she was so attentive to his feelings. He added that he had not known how to act before, but she had accepted him as he was. Now he felt the need to thank her for always being there and supporting him. His voice sounded grateful, and he could not help but express this gratitude. The girl felt a little embarrassed, because everything seemed to not go as she had planned. Her heart beat faster, and she began to doubt whether she had done the right thing by answering him like that. She tried to remain calm, but she felt her confusion gradually growing. Suddenly, a maid entered the room and announced that the prince had just left the duke's office. The girl quickly turned around, trying to hide her confusion. Her gaze immediately became more serious. It was time to act. The girl agreed with the maid with a smile, trying to hide her inner tension. She nodded to show her willingness, but in reality, her thoughts were somewhat scattered. She took the boy's hand, her touch gentle, but her eyes determined. She said she would take him to the crown prince, trying to look calm, though in reality, her excitement was growing. She smiled and, pulling his hand slightly, told them to go. The boy looked distracted, his gaze somewhat absent, as if he was lost in his own thoughts. He asked her to walk a little slower, but she replied that in that case, he could just leave and not wait for them. Her tone was calm, but her words sounded determined, as if she had no intention of changing her pace because of his request. She was thrilled that the main characters would soon meet, and finally, they saw the same guy walking further down the corridor. He moved confidently, but slowly, as if he didn't notice how quickly the moment of meeting was approaching. He looked confident, and in his hands was a small bouquet of delicate peach roses. Every step he took seemed decisive, and even this small detail, the bouquet, gave him a special elegance. She could not help but notice how important this gesture looked, because even the smallest actions in such a situation can change everything. However, recently, two annoying men had asked him about this bouquet, not understanding why he was carrying it. He answered their questions quite calmly, although deep down he was ready to explode with irritation. The girl didn't understand what was wrong with the boy, but it seemed to her that he was happy. His smile, even if it was a little reserved, betrayed some kind of inner harmony in him that she hadn't noticed before. It was strange, because he didn't often show his emotions so openly, and now something had changed in his behavior. As he approached them, she called out with a smile, calling out to him. There was an expressive smile on her face that seemed so natural that even the boy himself couldn't help but smile in return. His smile was so unusual and sincere that she immediately noticed this changed expression on his face. He turned to her, and there was something in his voice that the girl could not help but feel. Perhaps it was hidden joy or emotion. Suddenly, the boy turned his attention to the fact that the girl was holding the other man's hand. His expression changed slightly, a mixture of surprise and slight disappointment, although he tried not to show his emotions too obviously. However, he still could not help himself and sternly asked who this boy was. His voice sounded firm, almost commanding, and an expression appeared on his face that indicated his displeasure. He looked at the girl, waiting for an answer, and his gaze became even more penetrating. However, the girl replied with a smile that it was very good that they had met, trying to remain calm in this tense situation. She turned her attention to the boy standing next to her, hoping that her words would help diffuse the atmosphere, although she felt how difficult it was for her. The girl looked at the prince and tried to explain that this was important for everyone, because meeting Uriel could affect the development of the situation. She tried to remain calm, although she felt that the prince did not really approve of this idea. The fourth prince looked at him coldly, but still responded to the greeting with a short nod. He was cautious and did not want to show his emotions, but he felt that the situation was starting to take an unexpected turn. The boy continued to smile, maintaining his friendliness. L'Oreal was interested and slightly surprised to see this guy addressing Aya with such certainty. There was a question in his gaze. Could this man be her fiancé? He couldn't understand why there was so much uncertainty between them. Yes, the presence of a member of the royal family always gave one a sense of special majesty, which seemed to envelop him, like an invisible barrier. His manner of communication and behavior were permeated with self-respect and authority, which distinguished him from others. There was angry suspicion in his voice as he asked sharply if this was the same boy her father had adopted. His gaze was a mixture of disbelief and surprise, as if he couldn't believe it. He couldn't contain his anger, because he had only been in the house for one day, and already he noticed how this guy walked so close to the girl, holding her hand. It felt like a challenge to him, because even he didn't allow himself such displays of closeness with her, even despite his feelings. The girl, a little surprised, drew attention to the flowers in his hands. She asked about them, looking at the bouquet with interest, although her gaze was still confused. She was not entirely clear why he had suddenly appeared with such a gesture, and her intuition told her that it was not just a sign of attention. The boy was confused, his gaze uncertain, as if he was trying to find the words. He was frustrated, not knowing how to respond properly. It seemed that he himself did not fully understand why he had brought these flowers, and why the situation had turned out to be so complicated. But he looked away and replied that he had picked the flowers by accident in their garden. His voice sounded a little hesitant, as if he were trying to explain his actions, although he himself did not quite understand why these flowers had become so important to him. The girl asked in surprise about the flowers, because she had never seen any in their garden. She looked at him with interest, trying to understand where he could have found them, but his gaze became uncertain again. He gave her the flowers without even looking at her, adding that they weren't pretty anyway. His voice was slightly muffled, as if he were trying to hide his true feelings, but the gesture didn't go unnoticed. The girl smiled, holding the bouquet in her hands, and apologized for making him laugh. She was surprised and asked why he gave her those flowers if he thought they were ugly. The girl was confused and couldn't understand what was happening. The boy felt the same way, watching the situation with anger. He couldn't understand how this was possible, and wondered if the fourth prince always talked to his sister like this. The boy couldn't understand why he was speaking so rudely to his sister. How could he scare such a fragile girl? His hands clenched in anger, and he felt a sense of injustice fading away. The fourth prince spoke again, saying that the murderer had been caught. The girl smiled, but her thoughts were completely different. She wondered if he had really found the culprit, or if perhaps he had come to warn her of something important. She felt uneasy about this uncertainty. As expected from a crazy schemer who tries to control all situations, he was genuinely worried about her, even though she had promised him yesterday to leave everything as it was. There was an inner contradiction in his behavior. On the one hand, he could not afford to betray his ambitions and plans, and on the other, he was worried about her. The boy added that her father had caught the murderer, and that he would soon be rewarded. The girl was surprised by his words, because she did not understand why he had suddenly become so kind. His cold, reserved demeanor seemed to melt away, and she could not understand whether it was just a temporary weakness or whether he had truly changed. The boy turned at her touch, his gaze becoming serious, but he didn't ask why she had stopped him. The girl held his cloak, trying to gather her thoughts, but the words she wanted to say somehow got tangled in her head. She looked into his eyes, hesitating a little, and spoke quietly to him, hoping he would listen. The guy turned around and asked in a stern voice what it was. His gaze was too cold, almost icy, and you could feel the displeasure and severity in his voice. The girl, smiling, asked if he wanted to stay a little longer, since he hadn't been able to fully get to know her brother. She knew that this moment was important, and although she was nervous, she tried to look calm. Her thoughts were racing. Was she doing everything right? Wouldn't it be too intrusive? The boy looked at her with his cold, golden gaze and asked sharply, "Why?" His expression was stern, and there was no warmth in his voice. He didn't understand why she was trying to delay him, and he felt his patience begin to run out. The girl, silent and embarrassed, did not know how to stop the guy. She quietly said that she did not want him to leave, although she realized that it was important for the future of the main characters. In her heart, feelings of sadness and helplessness were mixed, because she could not change the situation, even if she really wanted to. In the beautiful garden stood a small gazebo of white stone, its appearance striking in its luxury. Its columns were skillfully carved, with delicate details that gave the building an elegance and grandeur. They were entwined with ivy, adding natural charm to this wonderful place, ideal for peaceful walks or quiet reflection. The girl felt a little uncomfortable sitting between the two boys. Both were drinking from their own cups, and although the atmosphere was quite calm, she couldn't help but notice how unusual this moment seemed. It was a conversation, not a date, so why did it all look like they were trying to prove something to each other? The silence in the air became increasingly unbearable. The girl sat, feeling her heart speed up. All the words she could say seemed wrong, and all that remained was silence. She looked at the main character, who was sitting next to her, and could not understand why he did not speak. His silence only deepened the tension. The girl, feeling the heavy silence, turned to the boy, trying to diffuse the situation. She said that her brother was actually very good and trying, even though he might seem different at first glance. She hoped that these words would ease the tension and change the atmosphere between them. The prince, hearing her words, only asked coldly if he was okay, but felt a little dissatisfied. He did not understand why this woman was praising other men if she was sitting next to them now. The girl added with a smile that her new brother was very talented at fencing. Maybe he would prove useful in the future, and who knows, he might even like this role. However, the man abruptly shouted that he had had enough. The atmosphere became more tense, and his gaze, radiating anger, became sharper. However, he asked her who she thought she was, since she thought she had enough qualities to recommend other people to him. His tone was sharp and ironic, as if he couldn't understand why she had taken on such a role. He also thought that the girl had asked to stay so they could talk, not for her brother. However, the red-eyed boy joined in the conversation and said that he had frightened her sister. He looked at the prince and added that if he became a knight, he would be able to protect her in the future. His words were spoken with some determination, and in his eyes one could see the desire to fulfill his promise. Sain stared at the boy with a hint of anger, his golden eyes strained as if he were trying to understand what was behind those words. He couldn't stand the thought of another man trying to take on the role of protector of the girl he considered his responsibility. However, Uriel was still looking at Sain, his gaze no less sharp and, at that moment, no less intense. There was also determination in his eyes, for he could not afford to appear weak in front of a man who seemed to have great confidence in his own abilities. The girl watched their interaction with excitement, as this was the second dialogue between the main characters, and it was completely different from what she had imagined. She expected everything to be calmer, without unnecessary conflict, but instead, a tense battle of opinions flared up between them. The prince stood up abruptly, and with a cold expression, announced that it was time for him to leave. His words, although simple, reflected his displeasure, and the girl could not help but notice how the atmosphere became even more tense. She did not know what to do, but she understood that the situation was beyond her control. The girl, sensing that the situation might get out of hand, hurriedly turned to the prince, pleading with him to stay. She gently grabbed his hand, as if trying to stop him from leaving, and explained that she meant no harm. She simply wanted him to meet her brother, because it was important to her. However, the boy, sensing the tension of the situation, abruptly pushed her hand away and sternly told her to leave him alone. His words were harsh and irrevocable, and the action itself was too rude, even for him. She looked into his eyes and thought that maybe she had really gone crazy, believing in the goodness of this guy. All her hopes for his support and plans together began to crumble like a sandcastle, and now she doubted whether she was ready for such a turn of events. The girl, confused and bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could not hold on to her feet and fell on another boy, whom she had not noticed in her moment of excitement over the prince. However, he reacted quickly, deftly picking her up in his arms, keeping her balance. Her heart was beating wildly with surprise. The brother, with indignation in his voice, turned to the prince, his face tense with anger. He could not understand how the boy could treat his sister so cruelly. There was determination and protection in his words as he said that the girl was his bride, and no one had the right to treat her the way Sane did. The boy stood there, lost in thought, and knew that it was all his fault. If it weren't for his status and position, he wouldn't have had to behave like this in front of the prince. He felt that with each moment like this, he was becoming weaker, and that he could only gain respect and protection for the girl when he became stronger himself. The prince turned and immediately noticed the boy's hand resting on the girl's shoulder. His gaze darkened with anger, because it was a signal to him that the situation was getting out of control. He felt his dissatisfaction flare up inside him, but he tried to control himself. The prince smiled through anger. His smile was tense, and his face reflected an inner conflict. He turned to the girl, saying that today he had gotten to know her better. His words sounded cold and reserved, but one could feel that behind them was hidden pain or disappointment. The prince could not believe that the girl had changed so much. He did not expect that she would become so stubborn and independent when she grew up. This disappointed him, and the idea of keeping her in isolation began to gain strength. He did not want her to fall under the influence of others, especially not to attract the attention of other men. The girl watched his back as he turned and walked away, feeling her heart clench with disappointment. She tried to say something, but the words felt empty. She just wanted to bring them closer, to give them a chance to really get to know each other, to let him see the real her. The boy, seeing the girl start to cry, approached her, his face full of concern, even though he didn't quite understand why she was reacting so emotionally. He didn't know what to say, but he couldn't leave her without support. Carefully, so as not to scare her, he put his hand on her shoulders, trying to calm her down. The girl, wiping away her tears, looked at him with some surprise. There was confidence in his words, but she couldn't help but notice how much he cared about her well-being. It was strange, because she hadn't even thought that his feelings could be so deep. The girl felt her heart clench and her mind start to panic. She didn't know what to do when everything didn't go as she had planned. All these events confused her thoughts, and now she had a headache, as if she were in some kind of hopeless situation. The boy, seeing the girl suddenly lose consciousness, instantly picked her up in his arms. He was so surprised and worried that he didn't even think about the consequences of his actions. His heart was beating faster, and his mind couldn't immediately understand what had happened. The girl, barely regaining consciousness, begged for release. Her voice was weak, and tears were streaming down her face. She felt exhausted and dizzy. The girl sank to her knees, barely holding on, and in a low, trembling voice, she repeated that she would no longer be a hindrance to Uriel. Her hands trembled, and tears continued to flow down her cheeks. She looked completely defenseless, but in her eyes there was despair, mixed with the remnants of hope that her words could change the situation. Beside the boy stood a dark-haired man with a cold gaze, glaring at the girl with contempt. His voice was sharp, almost condescending, as he expressed surprise that such a worthless creature had even dared to utter the name Uriel. He held the boy by the shoulders, as if to remind him of his power over him. The girl sat on her knees, looking fearfully at the two men before her. Her eyes were full of tears, which slowly ran down her cheeks, adding despair to her exhausted appearance. Her lips trembled, but she could not utter a word. The girl grabbed Uriel's trouser leg with a trembling hand, her voice desperate and choked. She begged him to save her, remembering how her family had taken him in when he himself was in trouble. Her eyes, full of tears, looked at him with hope, as if he were her last chance for salvation. In response to her plea, Uriel's face broke into an evil smile that seemed colder than the winter wind. His eyes gleamed with a strange cruelty, and he slowly leaned down to look her straight in the eye. The boy knelt down in front of her, his smile wicked and mocking. His gaze was cold, and his words sounded contemptuous, as if he wanted to humiliate her. He asked if anyone had ever told her that she wasn't even worthy of apologizing, and that phrase, like a cold wind, passed through her heart. leaving a heavy imprint. Suddenly, the boy's expression changed, becoming cold and stern. His gaze became menacing, and the smile that had just played on his lips disappeared. The boy said with cruel confidence that he liked her disappointed face, and then gave the order to Sayin to kill the girl. These words were like a blow to her heart. The scene was filled with cruelty as the boy unhesitatingly agreed to the order and gave the command. In a moment, the girl was lying on the cold floor, her body becoming as cold and lifeless as stone. The silence that reigned was deafening, and even in such a hopeless situation, everything seemed incredibly foreign and alien until her last breath. The girl found herself in a hopeless situation, with both boys surrounding her, and her heart was beating faster with uncertainty. The choice between them seemed difficult and confusing. Each of them had their own power and influence, but her soul yearned for something else, perhaps understanding or even salvation. The girl opened her eyes, but the world around her seemed so real and scary that she couldn't believe it was just a dream. Her heart continued to beat at a frantic pace, and every sound and every movement around her seemed threatening. The girl lay on the bed, her body heavy with tension, and small beads of sweat on her face, indicating inner pain and stress. She could not shake off the feeling of anxiety that held her captive, and although it was quiet around her, her heart was beating as loudly as if she were in the center of a storm. The girl stared at the ceiling for a long time, trying to calm herself down, until she realized that she was in her room. Gradually, her heart calmed down, and the fear began to recede. It was only a dream, a terrible, confusing dream, that left a heavy mark on her thoughts. The girl felt a warm hand wrap around her, and instantly shuddered in surprise. She couldn't figure out who it was, because the room was dark, and her eyes weren't yet used to the light. The feeling of unease was intertwined with a new feeling: support. The girl looked confusedly at the red-eyed boy whose head was on her bed, his hand gently holding hers. There was concern in his eyes, but also a certain determination, as if he was trying to protect her from what she had experienced in her dream. The boy slowly opened his red eyes, shining like diamonds, and his gaze was filled with slight surprise, but at the same time with concern. He turned his head, without changing his posture, and looked intently at the girl. His gaze was calm, but there was a hint of hidden anxiety in it. Although he remained lying down, his presence filled the room. The girl, sitting up in bed in fright, asked the boy why he was sleeping here. Her voice trembled slightly with surprise, and she looked at him in disbelief, not understanding how he had ended up in her room. The guy smiled, and looking at her, said that she had finally woken up, after being unconscious for 3 whole days. His voice was calm, but there was a certain concern in it, even if he tried to keep his emotional distance. The girl, looking at him excitedly, asked if she had really lost consciousness. There was uncertainty and fear in her voice, because she could not remember what had happened in those 3 days, and what could have led to such a state. The boy explained that on the day they met the prince, she fainted right in front of him, which scared him a lot. The girl, a little confused, agreed, believing that it was probably due to nerves, because all the events of that day had greatly worried her. He slowly approached her face, his gaze filled with calm confidence. The girl became a little agitated and asked excitedly what he wanted to do. The girl looked at the boy in surprise and questioning, and he, without saying a word, only touched his forehead to hers. There was silence in the air, as if time had stopped for a moment. Her heart beat faster, and her gaze became softer, as if she felt his thoughts without any words. He pulled his head away and said with a smile that his forehead wasn't so hot anymore. The temperature must have gone down. The girl, not immediately realizing that it was a joke, looked at him for a moment, and then smiled slightly, feeling the tension dissipate. The girl sighed, because the guy wanted to check her temperature, and she already thought he was going to kiss her. Surprise and a little disappointment flashed in her eyes, but she quickly hid these emotions, trying to remain calm. Suddenly, her parents appeared on the doorstep, expressing their joy, and of course, the little boy, her brother, was already running to her. He was smiling enthusiastically, as if nothing were more important than this moment. The girl immediately relaxed, feeling the support of her family. Her mother leaned over the bed and asked how the girl was doing. Her voice was soft and caring, and her eyes showed maternal concern. The father turned to the boy and said that he had been with her all day, so he needed to rest. The boy, a little surprised, but understanding that this was fair, nodded his head and agreed. The girl wondered in surprise, had this guy really stayed with her all night and all day? Questions arose in her mind about what he meant, why he cared so much, and whether it was really just concern or something more. She still couldn't understand what exactly he was feeling, but one thought kept coming to mind. He was right next to her. The girl was delighted in her thoughts that this was too kind. Her heart was filled with warmth from the realization that someone cared so sincerely for her. She thought that such care was rare, and it was pleasant and even a little exciting. The little boy, as usual, expressed his dissatisfaction with his new brother because he was very kind. But was he sincere? The boy did not understand why this new member of the family was trying so hard to be kind and caring. The girl turned to her younger brother and explained that everyone was bad to him, but this guy treated her better than the fourth prince. Hearing this, the brother puffed out his cheeks indignantly and, unable to bear it, stuck out his tongue at her, thereby expressing his displeasure. The duke, as well as her father, noted that the fourth prince was very busy and had no time for worry. He added this with a slight sadness in his voice, understanding that although the prince had important matters to attend to, he could pay more attention to his family if he truly wanted to be useful. The girl angrily asked her father if she would not be cared for and loved. How would she get married? Her voice was tinged with indignation, for she could not understand why all this was important to her, but to others it seemed not so important. And the little brat added angrily that if she didn't like the prince, she should break off the engagement. He was stubborn in his opinion, believing that all this made no sense, and he didn't like the very idea of a prince in their lives. The mother immediately began to scold the young man, calling this engagement a waste and emphasizing that after the death of the queen, one could not talk about such things. Her voice sounded harsh, but in her eyes both pain and anxiety were visible. She explained that this engagement was important for their family and the future of the kingdom. However, her father angrily said that the engagement had been decided long ago, and she should always be on the prince's side to protect the family. His words were harsh and tangible, as if he was trying to force her to accept a reality she could not change. The mother stroked her cheek and warned the girl not to listen to her brother and to continue to establish relations with the fourth prince. Her gaze was soft, but there was a lot of concern in it. She understood that everything that was happening could be difficult for her daughter, but she stubbornly repeated that this was the right path for the family and her future. The girl was furious. Deep down, she knew that this engagement would not happen. Her heart was filled with anger and disappointment, as she felt that her life was once again becoming a pawn in a game played by others. Her parents also added that her grandfather's birthday was coming up, but he didn't like her brother. But she had to inherit the estate and title. This was another reminder of the importance of her family duties and how everything in their lives was tied to titles, lands, and social status. Her father's gaze was cold, and he added that she should take care of her brother when needed. His words were sharp, as if they left no room for choice. The girl thought that her grandfather's birthday was the most important part of the novel. She understood that this was not just a family holiday, but a moment when key issues that would determine her future would be resolved. Uriel and Engels, her brother Howard, will compete for their grandfather's affection. The man, with his directness and desire to prove his worth, will compete with the boy, who will choose a more refined and cautious strategy of the game. Everything is decided during a single game of chess, where Uriel, surprisingly, manages to win, demonstrating a skill that even his grandfather could not help but appreciate. As a result, the boy gets what they both wanted: his grandfather's support, his approval, and, ultimately, the title and possessions he so desired. What is even more important, because the fourth prince was also interested in this, and he became close to the boy. His interest in this struggle was not accidental, The prince understood that Uriel's victory in chess opened up new opportunities for intrigue and increased influence. The girl was delighted when she remembered this moment from the novel. The scenes of the struggle for her grandfather's affection vividly appeared in her imagination, and she felt the delight and joy of the game overflowing her. The girl happily told her parents that she would recover and be ready for the banquet, but deep down she was thinking about something more. She imagined witnessing the main characters, the boy and the fourth prince, getting closer after a game of chess. In all its daytime beauty, the magnificent castle stood out, blazing with delicate tones under the rays of the sun. Its walls, covered with exquisite details, sparkled with reflections of light, and the blue elements of the architecture gave it a special elegance. The castle seemed to be the perfect combination of grandeur and sophistication. The red-eyed boy was tense and preoccupied with something, looking too serious. His gaze was focused, and his movements were precise and quick, as if he were solving a complex problem in which there was no room for error. They were playing chess with the girl, and she announced that it was Grandpa's birthday soon, and they had to gain his favor. There was an invisible tension in her words, because for both of them it was an important moment when they needed to demonstrate their best qualities. The girl said with a smile that she absolutely had to beat the other family members at chess. Her eyes lit up with determination because she saw these games not just as entertainment, but as an important strategy for achieving her goals. Winning the game could become a symbol of her intelligence and dexterity. The boy looked at her sadly and told her that he wasn't very good at chess. His gaze was filled with doubt, as if he wasn't confident in his abilities, and was afraid he wouldn't be able to handle the level of competition. He knew that this might affect his relationship with his family, but he couldn't hide his discomfort. However, the girl understood that this was not the case at all. She knew that in this game, you can't just appear loyal. You have to win to earn respect and affection. And also, a big factor was that at the end of the novel, he won over the fourth prince. This was not only a decisive moment in the chess game, but also symbolized an important turning point in their story. Defeating the prince meant not only a chess victory, but also a victory in the struggle for influence and recognition. The girl turned to him and told him that he was underestimating himself, suggesting that they play one more game. Her words were full of confidence and support because she saw potential in him that he himself did not recognize. This was a chance not only for him to prove to himself what he was capable of, but also for both of them. The girl was delighted, because losing to him was not at all a shame, because he won the fourth prince. Her respect for him grew after this victory, because it was not just a game. It was a sign of his skill and ability to adapt to difficult situations. They continued to play chess, and it was very interesting for both players. Every move was thought out. Every movement on the board had meaning, and both of them felt a growing fascination with this intellectual struggle. The girl asked in surprise, looking upset. It was clear in her eyes that she couldn't understand how something she hadn't expected had happened. It was a moment of doubt and disappointment when the outcome of the game didn't meet her expectations. The guy apologized to her excitedly for losing. He looked confused because he knew that her expectations were high, and he could not live up to them. His words sounded sincere, and he tried to explain that even in losing, it was important for him to show his best qualities. The girl, frightened and surprised, asked if he had given in to her on purpose, because he had won in the novel, and even grandfather had gained almost all his inclinations because of it. Her voice was full of doubt and confusion, because she could not understand whether it was her personal defeat or whether he had deliberately given in. The boy complimented her on her chess game, emphasizing her skill and strategic thinking. He said that even though he lost, he was impressed by her skill and thought that, as expected, she was doing well. At that moment, he felt proud and respected for her, and understood how important it was to be her brother. While the boy was thinking, he heard a rather loud sound that abruptly interrupted his thoughts. It was as if something had fallen, or perhaps someone had abruptly closed a door. He immediately raised his head, listening to the sounds around him. The girl placed her hands on the table with a loud sound, leaning forward. Her movements were quick, and she seemed focused, as if something had suddenly caught her attention. Her face was serious, and her gaze was fixed on something beyond the chessboard. The girl leaned closer to him and said that he must win the next chess game at the banquet, because that was the only way he would get his grandfather's support. Her voice sounded convincing, and she had the air of confidence. However, her thoughts were completely different. She understood that thanks to his victory, the fourth prince would be interested in him. However, he sadly assured the girl that his skills could not be improved in 2 days. His voice was full of uncertainty, and he realized that no matter how hard he tried, he would still not be able to reach the level of skill she expected of him. The girl assured him that he would succeed, and her voice was full of confidence. She was convinced of his abilities, because he was the hero of the novel, and people like him always have the strength to overcome any difficulties. She believed that it was his determination and intelligence that would ultimately bring him victory. The girl said seriously and confidently that she would arrange special training for him. She was determined to help him achieve the desired result. Her eyes shone with confidence, and she knew that she could prepare him for the upcoming game in such a way that he could show his best skills. The old duke's mansion was similar to theirs, done in beige tones with blue elements that gave it a refined and luxurious look. On this day, when his birthday was celebrated, the atmosphere around was full of solemnity. The large halls and spacious corridors have their own history. The girl had on her feet beautiful blue shoes, decorated with a delicate butterfly on the back. They perfectly complemented her image, adding elegance and tenderness. She took every step with ease, and the shoes looked like a work of art, emphasizing her taste and attention to detail. The boy offered her his hand as she stepped out of the carriage, helping her to the ground with elegance. The girl smiled, looking at him gratefully, and thanked him for his support. She felt that this gesture was not only a show of courtesy, but also of concern on his part, which made her heart beat a little faster. While she spoke kindly to the boy, her family watched them with less than pleased satisfaction. Their gazes were wary, their expressions cold. The parents, in particular, seemed more focused on what was happening around them than on the conversation itself. The little boy angrily turned to his father and said that this guy had kidnapped his sister. His voice was filled with anger and jealousy, and he could not contain his emotions. The little boy did not yet fully understand what was really happening between them, but he felt that someone had appeared who was taking away his attention and the place in his sister's heart. His father told him not to talk nonsense, because the girl treated him like a servant, but they were real brother and sister. His voice was stern, and he tried to show that he should not worry about such nonsense. In his words, there was a greater certainty in his own beliefs. However, the mother warned that Aya and Ingalls were real brother and sister. Her voice was calm but firm, and she tried to calm the situation by emphasizing the importance of family ties. She pointed out that their relationship was not just words or imaginary ideas, but a deep connection that no one could break. The little brat looked at his mother angrily, his eyes blazing with displeasure. He could not accept what he had been warned about, and he felt his heart breaking with disappointment. It seemed to him that everything around him was mixed up in chaos, and his feelings remained unheard. However, the man told the woman not to talk about it anymore, because they were still family. He tried to calm the situation and relieve the tension, pointing out that all their relationships, despite everything, were based on family ties. Suddenly, a brown-eyed man emerged, dressed in a luxurious outfit that emphasized his status. His curly black hair fell over his face, giving him a certain irreverence and style. It was Ingalls Howard, and he was 18 years old. He moved with a certain pride that was combined with youthful energy. The woman asked with a smile why he was here. Weren't the knights busy? The guy confirmed her words, saying that the crown prince had personally contacted the commander, and that's why he was released. His voice sounded slightly ironic, but at the same time there was a certain pride in it. This showed his importance and place in the military hierarchy. The young man added with a smile that in order not to waste time, he immediately went with the crown prince to his grandfather. His words sounded self-confident, as if he was already ready to take on any important tasks that might arise. He was not only young, but also ambitious, striving to do everything possible to achieve his goals. The Duke said that he was very glad to see him, because the work in the royal order was very difficult, and asked if he was tired. The guy replied that everything was fine with him. His voice sounded calm and confident, although from his appearance, you could see a certain fatigue. He did not like to show his weakness, so he assured that everything was fine. The man turned his head and asked where the girl was, searching for her with his eyes. His hands involuntarily began to move in the air, as if he were trying to find her, even without words. There was something vague in his voice, perhaps interest or desire to find her, but at the same time a certain anxiety, as if he wanted to make sure that everything was okay. The woman replied that she was with the child his father had brought, and that today was Grandpa's birthday. She added that he should not get too close to this boy in front of other people, as he had a low status. Her voice sounded cautious, as if trying to find a balance between politeness and the reality of social norms. The man nevertheless came closer and addressed her, his voice softer than usual. His eyes were slightly interested, but he tried to look polite and careful, trying not to violate the general norms. The girl turned at the sound and was surprised to see her older brother. His presence was unexpected, and she immediately noticed how determined his posture was. Her heart beat faster, as she had not expected to see him so suddenly, especially in such an important situation. The man looked at the boy displeasedly and said that he was the son of a knight, and that their father had very kindly adopted him. He added that he should be grateful to them for that, and not hang around the girl. His voice was stern, and his gaze was hard, as if he were trying to put the young man in his place. The boy, not knowing what to say, froze in place, feeling the tension in the air. The girl, losing patience, shouted angrily at her brother, trying to protect the boy. Her voice was full of emotion, and she could no longer watch her brother treat him with disrespect. The girl pointed out that it was their first time meeting and he was already so angry, and added angrily that he hadn't bothered her, but on the contrary, she liked it when he was around her. Her words were full of indignation, and there was real irritation in her voice. She couldn't understand why her brother was treating the boy this way, because he hadn't done anything wrong. The boy standing behind her was surprised, trying to understand her words. He heard her exclamation and began to ponder what she had said, trying to catch the correct meaning of her emotions. His gaze became more serious, and he wondered why she was reacting like that. What kind of situation had arisen between her and her brother? Engels is one of the characters she hates the most. Although he is very kind to her and constantly pampers her, his overconfidence and high opinion of himself are repulsive. His attitude towards others, despite his kindness, gives the impression that he considers himself better than everyone else. In addition, he treats people like useless trash, not valuing them and considering them only as a means to achieve his own goals, without any respect or compassion. He could punish a person mercilessly and calmly watch them as they begged for forgiveness without feeling any pity. In addition, he was particularly fond of beautiful women, and he could not help but admire their appearance, although his interest was often superficial and full of self-confidence. However, the boy, looking at the girl with tenderness in his eyes, turned to her, asking how she could argue with him, because everything he did was aimed only at her well-being and happiness. His words sounded sincere, and although he was confident in his actions, tenderness and care could be heard in his voice. The girl angrily replied that he should respect her opinion and not point fingers at others. She could not stand being ignored or treated like someone who had no right to her own opinion. The guy realized that the situation was only getting worse and decided to apologize. He sighed and said that it was all his fault. His words sounded sincere, but he noticed how angry the girl was and realized that it would not be easy to fix it. All this was watched by a man who stood calmly on the sidelines, taking in every moment. His gaze was calm, but in his eyes, you could see how he was assessing the situation. It was the fourth prince who, looking at her sternly, asked if she was ill, for she was dressed in a cloak that was too warm and looked inappropriate for the season. His tone was reserved, but there was concern in his voice. The girl felt nervous because she was between these two guys again. She couldn't hide her anxiety because she didn't like this situation at all. She felt like she was losing control, and it only made everything more difficult. The large estate stood in its daytime glory, surrounded by trees that blended harmoniously with the surrounding landscape. It looked majestic and elegant. Its scale was impressive, and every element of the landscape seemed thought out down to the smallest detail. The golden-eyed boy turned to the Duke, calmly declaring that he had less than 10 moves left and would lose. His expression was calm and confident. He showed no excitement, as if he was already certain of his victorious outcome. However, the Duke calmly replied that the outcome of the game was not yet determined, and everything could change until the last move. His voice was even, and in his eyes you could read the confidence that even at the most difficult moment, unexpected turns are possible. The atmosphere was quite calm. The whole family approached the table, where an intense game of chess was in progress. But the players seemed oblivious to their presence. They were completely absorbed in the game, each intently considering his next move, and the world around them almost disappeared. The family watched them with interest, but their gazes did not attract the attention of the players. However, finally, the grandfather turned his head and, looking at the guests, said with a smile that he was glad that they had finally arrived. His voice sounded calm, but there was a tangible warmth and joy in it from the fact that everyone had gathered together for this important day. The girl turned her gaze to the boy, the fourth prince, who seemed completely absorbed in his chess game, intently playing. She couldn't understand why he was here, among all these people, and why his presence was so unexpected. There was nothing remarkable about his behavior, but something about his calm appearance made her feel uneasy. The little mischievous boy shouted cheerfully to his grandfather, sincerely wishing him a happy birthday. His face shone with joy and happiness, and he could not hide his delight. Childish spontaneity and delight in an important moment were reflected in his every movement. The older brother added with a smile that he had prepared a special gift for his grandfather and hoped that he would appreciate his efforts. His words were filled with warmth and respect, as he sincerely wanted to please the eldest member of the family. Grandfather gratefully thanked everyone for their wishes, and smiling, asked everyone to go to the banquet hall and wait for him. He added that he needed to discuss an important matter with His Majesty and would join them in a few minutes. The girl, thinking irritably, noticed what kind of important matter it could be if two silly boys just wanted to finish their chess game. It seemed absurd to her, and she couldn't understand why this situation was dragging on. They had all started to turn and take steps towards the door when they suddenly heard a voice that, with emotion but firmly, asked them to stay. It was unexpected, and they froze for a moment, not quite understanding what exactly was wanted of them. The girl looked at the rest, her eyes expressing a mixture of surprise and impatience. Grandfather addressed the audience again, his voice calm but with a hint of anxiety. "I have just been informed that the banquet hall is full, and the girl, I hear, has caught a cold. I think it would be best if she stayed here and rested, so as not to worsen her condition." His words did not arouse objections. The girl thanked her grandfather with excitement, but anxiety arose in her heart. She did not want to be alone with the fourth prince, because his presence caused her inner discomfort. She did not know how to behave to avoid a tense situation, but she hoped that everything would be resolved in the best possible way. Suddenly, the girl heard her new brother quietly addressing her. She was surprised by the whole situation, because such an address from him was something new and unexpected for her. She could not understand whether it was a show of concern or just an attempt to support her in this awkward situation. Her thoughts were confused, and she did not know how to react to his words. The girl replied with a smile that she was fine and advised him to show himself well at the banquet. She added that their preparation should not be in vain, and that this was an important moment for him, and he should use it to demonstrate his skill. She was sure that he would be able to show himself and achieve the desired result. At the banquet, although it is celebrating the grandfather's birthday, everything is really focused on glorifying this guy. For the girl, this can be disappointing, because her presence seems of little importance compared to the attention paid to the guy. She may feel superfluous or unnecessary at this event, even if she is invited. Her absence from the banquet would only serve him well. If she hadn't gone, he would probably have been bullied, and she wouldn't have been able to help him in this situation anyway. This further emphasizes how little influence she has over events, even if she were present. Earlier, she had asked her maid to do something important, and she agreed. The maid was to keep an eye on the boy and follow where the fourth prince went to understand his plans and possible intentions. This was to help the girl stay informed of all events and not miss important details in this difficult situation. However, she, frightened, thought that there should be no problems at all. Everything should go smoothly, and she hoped that no unforeseen difficulties would arise. But her inner excitement did not leave her, because the situation was becoming more and more complicated with each passing moment. However, the boy assured the girl not to worry, because he would not let her efforts go to waste. He promised that he would do everything possible to make everything successful. The girl, upon hearing this, replied with a smile that she was looking forward to his performance and believed in his ability to succeed. The young man watched them intently, his face expressing displeasure. He did not like this courtesy, for the girl was his fiancée, and he could not understand why another man was treating her so warmly. The boy made his last move, and stopping, turned to the Duke, informing him that he had lost. His tone was calm, but there was victory in his eyes. He knew that this was an important victory, one that had been won in the struggle for attention and affection. The Duke cried out in embarrassment when the boy said he had only 10 moves left. He was surprised, for he had not expected to lose. It came as a surprise to him, and even his usual calm was disturbed. He could not believe that the one he considered less experienced had won. However, the boy looked at the Duke coldly and sternly, saying that it was already late, and the birthday could not pass without the birthday boy. He asked what the boy would say to this, not hiding his determination. This was not just a victory in chess, but a demonstration of his confidence and readiness to take leadership in the situation. However, the man, after thinking, still confirmed the boy's words, acknowledging his victory and agreeing that a birthday party could not do without the birthday boy's participation. His gaze remained serious, but in the depths of his eyes, there was a reflection of surprise at the unexpected turn of events. The man, ignoring her surprise, calmly replied that yes, because that was the way the circumstances were. He added that she had better rest to be ready for further events, and left the room. The girl, still surprised by the situation, looked at the fourth prince, who was sitting next to her. The girl began to feel dissatisfied with his words. She didn't understand why he was so concerned about leaving her here, apart from everyone, even though she wasn't really a big fan of this banquet. The lack of real support from her grandfather and his reminders that she shouldn't have a chance made her think. The silence grew longer, and each of them could feel the tension in the air. The girl was worried, not knowing what to say, and the boy, although he looked calm, could not shake the feeling that his presence was superfluous. They were silent, both with different thoughts that could not find a way out. The girl asked if he was going to the banquet, her voice betraying excitement. She looked too worried, trying to understand why he wasn't going if the whole event was so important to him. He didn't even know that his lover was waiting for him there. The guy sternly asked if that was why she didn't want to stay with him. He noticed that her attitude had changed, and although she tried to hide it, he understood that the reason lay in her new brother. The girl nervously replied that of course not, because she hadn't seen him for so many days, and that's why she missed him so much. At the same time, a disturbing thought arose in her head, that her life, after all, completely depended on this crazy guy, and her future could only change because of his actions. The boy asked slowly, but with a hint of surprise, if that was true. His eyes widened slightly, and he stared into her face in surprise, as if trying to figure out if that was really what she meant. He couldn't believe that her feelings could have changed so much, but at the same time, he couldn't help but sense the anxiety in her words. The boy rose from his chair, and the girl, watching him, could not understand this gesture. Did it mean that he was ready to leave, or was it perhaps just a sign of his irritation or confusion? Her heart beat a little faster, and she did not know how to react. She sat, moved and confused. He leaned over to her, placing his hand on the sofa, and asked her what exactly she was missing. It was too close for the girl, and she felt her heart start to beat faster. Her eyes lit up with surprise, and her body tensed with discomfort. The girl replied excitedly that she missed his handsome face, trying to remain calm. However, she felt the moment become extremely awkward. Her words threw her off balance, and the situation itself was so intimate that the girl did not know where to look. She tried to look casual. The guy looked at her in surprise, asking if that was really the case. He didn't expect such an answer, and he didn't even know how to react to such words. His gaze was full of incomprehension, and his heart suddenly started beating a little faster, although he tried to remain calm. The girl confirmed her words, but her face instantly turned red like a crab. She tried to look away, feeling her heart start to beat faster with embarrassment. She wasn't used to expressing her feelings so openly, and this moment seemed incredibly difficult for her. The boy lifted her chin, forcing her to look him in the eye, and asked who was more important to her, him or her adopted brother. His gaze was serious, and there was a slight insistence in his voice, as if he wanted to understand how she really felt. The girl felt her heart beat faster, and the question made her think. The girl said with a smile that he was, but every word she said was forced. She knew very well that this was the only way to protect herself, because in this situation, her life depended on his reaction. Her heart was beating hard, and the inner dissatisfaction was so strong that she could barely contain herself. Suddenly, screams were heard from outside the door, and someone began looking for her. They were loud enough to attract attention, and the girl, frightened, quickly looked around. Not knowing whether to go to meet them or stay where she was, the girl realized that it was her maid, and, feeling relieved, she turned to the door. She asked what had happened, for she felt that the maid must have something important to tell her. The girl felt very grateful to the maid for having decided to address her at this moment. She wondered if it would have been better if the maid had entered the room instead of shouting through the door. After all, the girl realized that she could have given her the opportunity to show more attention, and it could have been a less stressful situation for both of them. The maid knocked on the door, and when the girl let her in, she anxiously reported that the girl was right in her assumptions. The relatives were indeed bullying her new brother, and it had become a serious problem. The maid, already angry and moved by the situation, shouted, asking if the girl would help her new brother. She was outraged by the way he was being abused, and she couldn't understand why a girl who had some influence wasn't doing anything to stop it. Her voice was full of emotion, for she couldn't stand by. The girl felt deeply confused, not knowing what to do in such a situation. The boy was still standing over her, his gaze never leaving her, and his every movement seemed different from usual. The maid, although she had come, seemed that her timely arrival had not had the effect she had hoped for. The maid told her that she had been following the fourth prince, but he had not returned to the banquet hall, and now she could not understand where he had gone. All these misunderstandings only made the situation more difficult for the girl. The boy, meanwhile, was still watching her, his gaze so intense that she could not help but notice. The girl felt anger boiling in her heart. She was alone, unprotected, and all this time it seemed that her life was hanging by a thread. Despite her courage and determination, fear and uncertainty gripped her. Will she be able to escape this situation where everything seems hopeless? The boy looked at her coldly, his gaze stern and unforgiving. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "Were you following me?" His voice was devoid of emotion, only sternness and anger. His words rang heavily in her ears, making her heart beat faster. She felt the situation was starting to spiral out of control. The boy was gradually approaching, and each of his steps seemed heavy, as if it were a moment when everything was decided. The girl felt her heart pounding, and her thoughts were mixed in one chaotic moment. She did not know what to do. His approach aroused in her both fear and a certain restless curiosity. Their eyes met. The boy suddenly grabbed her by the neck and pulled her close, making her heart beat even faster with fear and dizziness. She felt his fingers squeezing her, and although she could breathe, her mind was at a loss. It was a moment of extreme tension. A silence hung between them that was heavier than all the words. The boy, with a cold expression on his face, continued to speak, his voice calm, but there was a certain threat in it. "You look like you really want to leave this place, and you found someone to follow me," he said, squeezing her neck a little harder. The girl couldn't understand why he was reacting like that. The boy squeezed her neck harder, his voice even colder and harsher. "What are you trying to achieve? I told you I wouldn't do anything wrong, and yet you're trying to protect yourself from me. Don't you trust me?" he asked, looking at her with a challenge in his eyes. The girl felt her heart beating faster with fear. The girl, feeling his grip getting tighter, nervously exclaimed, "I trust you with all my heart." Her voice was filled with anxiety, but also with desperate hope that these words could change the situation. The boy, hearing her words, stopped for a moment, his hand loosening a little. The boy looked into her eyes, his gaze cold and determined. He moved even closer, his gaze fixed on her, and asked if she had trouble pretending. His tone was calm, but there was a hint of irony in it, as if he were trying to gauge how much she was willing to sacrifice to maintain her role in this situation. The girl looked up at him, her eyes full of determination and at the same time of inner conflict. She refused his words because she could not afford to deceive her brother, the main character, even if it meant losing an opportunity. And although her heart was beating faster with worry, she could not go for it. She tried to leave, explaining that she had not been following him to betray him, but so that he could help them if necessary. She wondered if she had done the right thing, but she couldn't bring herself to reveal all her thoughts. She knew she had to find the right words to prevent the misunderstanding from escalating into a crisis. The boy was even closer and asked with cold curiosity why she was following him. The girl, worried, explained that they had found out that her younger brother was being bullied, and she thought that if the situation reached a critical point, he could help. Her words sounded honest, but at the same time she could feel her heart beating. The girl, with a slight surprise in her voice, looked at him and asked, "It's an easy job, isn't it?" She hoped his answer would be calmer, but she could feel the tension growing between them. He gently released her face, stroking it with his fingertips, and looked at her again, as if trying to understand what she was really feeling. His gaze became softer, but no less attentive. The boy stood up, his gaze even sterner, and he asked why he had to help her younger brother. He was irritated because he thought that every time she opened her mouth, she only said his name. It seemed too banal and demeaning to him. The girl was surprised and a little happy that the guy had mentioned her new brother's name. It was unexpected, and although the situation remained tense, the moment somehow gave her confidence. The girl, understanding the importance of the moment, added that this guy was as important to her as a younger brother. She assured him that if he helped him now, in the future, this act would not go unnoticed, and he could count on his loyalty and support. The boy, looking at the girl intently and in surprise, could not believe his ears. His gaze became even more serious, because he did not expect her to express such deep affection and readiness for support. This made him think about her words, and perhaps see her in a different light. The girl looked at him pleadingly, her large eyes full of sadness and helplessness. They held a sincere plea and a slight hint of despair that seemed so sincere that even a cold heart could melt. She continued to ask him for help, putting all her hope into her words, as if this was her last chance to make things right. The girl said quietly, but with conviction, that her younger brother was not as simple as he seemed, and he definitely had hidden talents. Her voice trembled, but there was a sense of firmness and faith in it. She carefully took the boy's hand, squeezing it tightly in her palm. Her touch was warm and gentle, and her eyes were full of hope. The girl calmly explained that she had no ill intentions, but if other arguments did not convince him, he could consider his brother a valuable resource. Her words conveyed firmness and a willingness to do whatever was necessary to protect him. The boy coolly pointed out that if she wanted to help her brother so badly, she didn't need to ask him. There was a reserve in his voice, as if he was trying to hide his true emotions. He seemed to be about to add something more, but stopped, as if the words were stuck in his throat. The girl suddenly let go of his hand, breaking the unspoken pause between them, and quickly asked if he could leave right now, because delaying would only make things worse. There was a slight desperation in her voice, as if she feared that time might be lost forever. She looked at him with hope. The boy stood before her, looking straight into her eyes, and for the first time he seemed at a loss for words. His usual cool composure gave way under the pressure of her fiery determination. He seemed to be trying to find the right words, but they were all lost somewhere in his thoughts. The boy looked at her intently, his gaze cold and confident. He leaned a little closer, as if to emphasize his superiority, and his tone made it clear that this was not a request, but a clear condition. His words sounded like a final sentence, and the girl felt that she had no choice. She realized that from now on she was obliged to him. The girl, after thinking a little, calmed down and let go of the tension. Her confidence in the correctness of her decision began to outweigh her doubts. She convinced herself that this day would be a turning point, and he would later understand how important her perseverance was. A spark of hope appeared in her eyes, and she decided to go to the end. Once the two heroes start their conversation, there will definitely be no peace in this empire. However, is it worth talking about peace when in this land peace was only a myth and conflicts became its integral part? Everyone knew that there was no place for peace here, but this is exactly what made its story so exciting and unpredictable. This luxurious estate looked especially attractive at night. The windows were lit with bright lights, reflecting the warmth and comfort that reigned inside. Every part of the building radiated elegance and grandeur, and it seemed that the estate itself was alive, telling its story through these flickering lights. The brothers and sister stood in their father's office, who sat calmly in his chair, watching them intently. Their mother, standing nearby, noted with indignation that Uriel had completely focused all his attention on himself at the banquet, leaving other important matters behind. The girl asked if that was not a good thing, but to her question she heard the answer that the house of Duke Howard would be built in the New World. The answer was unexpected and somewhat mysterious, as if it hinted at something more than just a change at the banquet. The woman asked when the girl had become so crazy, because if the new brother proved to be better than the older one, maybe Grandpa would help him. She added that there was a possibility that the title could be passed on to him, and everything they had strived for could change. The little brat added that his brother was obviously not as good as Uriel, as he couldn't even prove himself to his grandfather by losing at chess. None of the aristocrats could beat him, and this was a clear signal that the elder was not capable of achieving what was expected of him. The woman angrily interrupted the little boy, rudely stopping him. Her face reflected her anger, and her voice was sharp and commanding, for she could not allow his rudeness to become a topic of conversation. She ordered him to be quiet, threatening him. The little brat only stuck out his tongue in response, showing his disdain and disobedience. His action angered the woman even more, but she tried to restrain herself, knowing that punishment might not be as effective in this situation. The older brother turned to his mother, trying to remain calm, and said that everything was fine, but he could not understand why the fourth prince decided to help him. He felt a certain instability in the situation, because the prince's action was unexpected and opaque, which made him doubt his intentions. The girl listened attentively, understanding that the prince had only helped because of her request, but she decided not to tell him about it. She knew that it was better to keep this secret to herself, because revealing it could cause unnecessary complications between them. The father, remaining calm, ordered everyone to calm down and stop the quarrel. He turned to the girl to teach her brother etiquette and not allow him to take the position of the master. She would have to show him that his place in the family should be properly defined and not based on emotions or hasty actions. The girl nodded to her father, agreeing with his words, but deep down she knew that she would not teach the hero etiquette. She understood that she could not force him to obey rules that seemed to her not so important. But, despite everything, she was determined to at least protect him from what might happen next. The father added that if all went well with her older brother, at best he would inherit their maternal grandfather's title, although that did not mean he would automatically become the next head of the family. It was a complex process, dependent on many factors, and the decision was not always obvious. The father also added that the presence of a new brother would be a hindrance to the girl, as his name and status could affect the family dynamics and cause unnecessary competition. He believed that she should be careful not to fall under the pressure of new circumstances and not give unnecessary reasons for arguments. However, the girl only replied that she would keep her distance from him, trying to avoid any problems and keep her emotions under control. She understood that even a small mistake could cause big trouble, but she knew that was impossible, for she could not watch her family make the wrong choice and support a side that could lead to civil war over claims to the inheritance. She understood that she could not stand aside when the future of the entire empire was at stake. Her older brother looked at her with concern and reassured her that she was still young and should not take on such a heavy burden. He hoped that she would not allow herself to immerse herself in such complicated matters, as it could greatly affect her mental state. He hugged her, adding that he only had one younger sister and he would pamper her so that she would always feel special. However, the girl moved away from him and asked him not to mess up her hair, smiling, but at the same time a little offended by his unexpected gesture. In the small crack of the door stood a person who had been listening intently to the family's conversation the entire time. She tried to be inconspicuous, but every word clearly reached her ears, and it seemed that she was ready to use the information she had received. It was the new brother, standing in the shadows, clenching his fists in anger at the girl. He heard every word, and with every passing moment, his disappointment only grew. He realized that the girl was just like everyone else, bound to family traditions, burdened by expectations, and unwilling to accept him as an equal. This disappointment enveloped him, making him feel even more alienated in this large family, where he had no place to claim. Once again, this majestic white castle, with its golden elements shining in the sun and its blue lid, which was like a reflection of the endless sky, appeared before him. Its beauty was striking, but at the same time, it reminded him of those walls behind which every movement and every glance had its own purpose, which did not always correspond to his desires. The maid, placing the cup on the table, turned to the girl with an attentive look, asking if she had quarreled with her new brother, since he had not visited her today. The girl, although she understood why the maid thought so, quickly denied her guesses, claiming that everything was fine between them. The girl thought, wondering if it wasn't her mother who could have put pressure on her new brother. She knew how much she worried about the situation in the family, and could have considered him a real problem, trying to control everything that was happening around her. The maid, hearing these words, was surprised, because the new brother had always shown a kind character and communicated well with everyone, even with them. The girl nodded, agreeing with her. She too could not understand why everything had changed, and why his behavior had become different. From the family's perspective, this boy was simply a high-class servant who had to perform his duties and stay within the boundaries of his role. Even though he behaved politely and got along well with everyone, it didn't matter to the family because his place was not on par with the other family members. The one who gave him the title of high position among servants actually despised people like him. To this person, the boy was not equal to other aristocrats, despite his position. This view of low status had a profound effect on the girl, and she realized that she could not change her family's opinion. She did not want to be drawn into these internal disagreements and conflicts, because her place was completely different. Far from this world of class barriers and hostility, she decided to let him sit quietly for a while, and then visit him in a few days. This would allow her to remain calm and not interfere in the situation, and it would also give her time to evaluate everything from a new perspective, without giving in to impulsive emotions. The young man stood in a luxurious room by the fireplace, on which lay a sword. His gaze was directed at the mirror opposite, reflecting not only his appearance, but also his deep thoughts. The sword lying nearby reminded him of important decisions and future trials. He took the sword in his hands. The hilt was intricately carved, with a yellow, lustrous stone that glittered in the middle, as if framing his thoughtful gaze. The sword was not only a weapon, but also a symbol of the power that now lay in his hands. Removing the scabbard from his sword, he felt the cold metal on his fingers and remembered his father. The sword was not only a part of his inheritance, but also a memory of the man who had taught him courage and honor. Memories of his father filled his heart with a heavy but dignified feeling, because he was not only his mentor, but also an example to follow. The boy with the sword in his hands stood by the window, his gaze fixed on the night sky, but his thoughts were far from this peaceful sight. He wondered why she had left him. Was he just part of a game for her, or did he really matter? A week passed, and the estate did not change its appearance at all. Everything remained in its place. Luxurious rooms, elegant furniture, lush draperies. It seemed that time had stopped in this place, and everything remained unchanged, as did the thoughts of those who lived here. No one paid any attention to what was happening behind the doors of this ancient house. The girl ran quickly down the corridor, her heart beating faster, and her thoughts were jumbled in her head. Behind her, the steps of a maid were heard, urging her not to hurry, worried that she might fall. But the girl did not hear her. Her goal was clear. She could not afford to stop, because time waits for nothing. The girl was filled with joy, her heart overflowing with excitement. She finally got to see her new brother. The girl had already imagined hugging him and hearing warm words from him that would bring her comfort. But suddenly, she heard the maid announce, with a slightly sad tone, that he was gone. This came as a surprise to her, because she had been waiting for this meeting for so long. The maid explained to the girl that the boy had gone fencing. Lately, he had been leaving early and coming back late, so she hadn't had time to meet him. The girl was surprised, but she understood that he was eager to train. The girl agreed with a smile, but deep down, she began to have doubts. She realized that his constant preoccupation with training was probably a way to avoid meeting her younger brother and mother. Perhaps it was his way of distancing himself from the part of the family that seemed to not perceive him quite the way he wanted. The girl told the maids that she would stay in the room and wait for the boy. They could go, and she could spend time on her own until he returned. The maids nodded and left her alone, and the girl immersed herself in her thoughts, waiting for her new brother to finally return. The girl looked around the room and noticed that everything had changed since she had first come here. Everything looked much more comfortable now. The furniture was arranged to provide comfort, and the lighting created a cozy atmosphere. The girl, with a look of admiration, thought that she should learn the details of the events at the banquet. She was interested in how the relationships between the main characters developed, because this could be of great importance for her own situation. The relationship between the main characters began to develop noticeably, and the girl could not hide her delight at this news. She understood that these changes could have a serious impact on further events, and she was very happy that everything was going in the direction she liked. The girl heard an unfamiliar sound, and frightened, turned in that direction, trying to understand what it could be. The room became even quieter, and only the echoes of her movement reminded her of the presence of others. Her heart accelerated. Suddenly, the girl saw a small white cat, which was rubbing affectionately against her leg. She smiled slightly, feeling how its soft fur calmed her. The cat meowed, as if seeking attention, and she picked it up in her arms, enjoying a moment of peace in the silence of the room. The girl was surprised, as she had not expected to see a cat in their house. She wondered where it could have come from, as she did not remember anyone in the family keeping pets. The cat seemed to be very cute, with big, bright eyes. She carefully leaned over to pick up the cat, feeling its soft fur beneath her fingers. The cat immediately settled comfortably in her arms, purring with pleasure. The girl smiled, feeling the warmth of the animal, and thought it was a great way to calm herself down at this moment. However, she noticed that the cat was quite large, and judging by the sounds, it had broken something. The girl raised her eyebrows in curiosity and looked at the place where the sound was coming from, trying to understand what had happened. She carefully placed the cat in her arms and began to examine what it had broken. The cat seemed to have no intention of breaking anything, but the girl was still worried. She looked down and saw that the cat had knocked over a picture hanging on the wall. Sighing in surprise, the girl carefully picked it up and put it back in its place. The cat may not have fully understood what he was doing, but she couldn't be angry with him. The cat jumped out of her arms without turning around and disappeared down the hallway, leaving the girl a little surprised. She glanced over to where he was sitting and smiled again, though she still wondered where he could have gone. The cat walked by the fallen painting and paused for a few seconds, as if looking at it with curiosity. Then, ignoring the damaged painting, he continued on his way, distracting the girl from wondering if it had any significance or was just a coincidence. The cat stood by the painting, meowed, and looked at the girl, as if asking her something she couldn't understand. His gaze was calm, but there was something mysterious about it that made the girl think for a moment. The girl, smiling, turned to the cat, promising that she would immediately fix the situation. She carefully approached the painting, trying to put it in its place. In her mind, she thought that this was just another small thing that could be quickly solved. She picked up the painting and, looking at the image in surprise, noticed some small details that she had not noticed before. It was quite strange. She could not calm down. She looked in surprise at the sword that had reappeared before her. Why was it here? Who had left it, and why was it so closely connected to this place? Heavy thoughts were plaguing her, but suddenly she heard someone calling her name. And she looked up. Her heart beat faster as she realized it wasn't just the sound of the wind or her imagination. It was a voice, familiar and disturbing. The girl quickly looked up and saw an angry Uriel standing by the door, his eyes filled with irritation. He asked why she had entered his room and why she was touching his things without his knowledge. Her heart beat faster, and she realized that the situation was extremely tense. She said excitedly that it was him, but when she turned back, she saw no one. The room remained empty, and her heart began to beat faster again. What happened? Why had he disappeared so quickly? She did not understand where the fat cat had disappeared to. She looked around the room, but did not see him. Maybe he had fallen into some crack, or maybe it was just a joke. All these questions only added to her excitement. But the boy grabbed her shoulder roughly, pulling her hard to the side. His voice was cold and angry as he added that he hated people touching his things without permission. She felt his words pierce through her, and she was suddenly forced to lower her eyes, feeling his anger. The girl looked at him in fear, her heart beating faster with surprise and fear. She couldn't understand why he was reacting so abruptly, and what exactly had brought her to this moment. Her hands were shaking, and her gaze darted between him and the ground. He bent down and took up his sword. His movements were calm, but the gaze directed at her was cold and determined. The girl felt her heart freeze with fear, her thoughts confused. Was it simply anger, or was there something more he was hiding under that gaze? However, he looked at her again, his face tense with anger, and angrily asked what was wrong with her upbringing, since she had not warned him and had simply entered the room without permission. His voice was cold and his gaze was heavy, as if a heavy shadow hung over her calm soul. The girl was confused and could not understand what exactly had happened. His attitude towards her was extremely cruel and unfriendly. She could not imagine why he was reacting like that, because before that, their communication had been completely different. The sword that the girl found under the painting is likely to have an important plot significance. It could be a symbol or artifact that is connected to the hero's history or heritage. Its presence in this situation could indicate some hidden history or conflict that is important to the development of events. The boy, hearing this, frowned and looked at the girl with disbelief. He was not ready to accept such an explanation, because for him, her presence in his room without permission was already a violation. But, hearing about the cat, he stopped, seemingly thinking. He looked at her in disbelief, his eyes full of doubt. "Do you really think I'm going to believe this fiction?" he thought, looking at her with all his severity. The cat could not shake off such a heavy picture, and he was sure that this was no coincidence. The girl, raising her head, replied angrily that all this could be considered a curse. After all, if you bring a dead person's thing into the house, instead of putting it in a coffin, evil spirits will eventually come, she thought. And she remembered how in the novel, the main character almost lost everything when it became known that he had brought his father's sword. The boy glared at her again and asked if she really believed he could do such a thing. His voice was cold, but there was anger in it, an echo of his doubts being stricken. Aya was genuinely shocked by the boy's words and cruel look. She asked how he could think of such a thing. Her eyes shone with embarrassment and fear of the man who had changed so suddenly before her eyes. She remembered how she had worried about him in the previous days and nights. how she could not sleep. The girl tried with all her might to protect his peace. What happened? What could have happened during this time? Why did his behavior and his attitude towards me change so much? What was the source of his aggression? She searched in vain for answers to these questions. The young man's thoughts at that time were occupied with something completely different. He was thinking about his father's sword, the only thing that remained to him as a memory and as an inheritance. For nothing in the world would I be able to get rid of what is so dear to me. But he spoke about something completely different. Listen, I'll tell you. I've realized something for myself. Our relationship will not be the same as before. I can't be the younger brother of such a spoiled lady like you. I've had enough. These words struck Aya right in the heart. She froze in place, unable to move. The only thing the girl could say was the question. What? The friendship between her and her adopted brother, whom she loved so much, whose closeness she valued so much, was shattered. It shattered into small pieces that would now be unlikely to be put back together. In the original novel, the supporting character, Aya, harbored a strong hatred for her established brother. She banished him from the Duke's estate, wanting to be rid of him. To do this, she sent people to dig up his father's grave and take a long sword from there. She then instructed the knight to give this sword to the boy as a sign of her disgust and disagreement with his presence in her life. While the main characters were already on good terms, the fourth prince learned of Aya's plans through the people who were supposed to protect the girl's brother. These people informed him of her intention to dig up the grave and take the sword that belonged to his father. The guy realized that he had been framed, so he decided to come up with his own tricks and managed to counterattack Aya. His reaction was quick and decisive. He revealed her plans and was able to turn the situation in his favor. This step was important for him because he not only threw her off balance, but also showed that he was not what she thought. The girl thought that she had definitely never sent people to dig his father's grave. This made her doubt who could have actually done it. After all, such actions could be part of someone's complex intrigue, and she began to wonder who was behind it and how it was connected to everything that was happening around. The boy looked at the girl seriously and said that she must think he was funny. After all, he believed her words, and he really believed that she could be his older sister. He missed her when he didn't see her around. His voice was heavy, and his eyes were sadder than ever before. Also, at the end, he got angry and said that she was just playing with his feelings. His words sounded cold and ruthless, as if they were severing the last threads of trust between them. The girl, screaming in tension, asked what he was talking about, not believing her ears. Her heart beat faster, and her thoughts were confused. Could he really think that she was playing with him? She started screaming that she really treated him like a little brother. Everything she did for him was for his well-being. But then, when she thought about it, she realized that part of it was for her too, because she really wanted him to be happy, even if it meant admitting her own feelings. The boy looked at her carefully and asked her what had happened to her well-being, since she had left him alone in the ducal estate. And when he came to her, she simply closed the door in his face. He asked if he was her brother or just a pet. The guy looked her in the eye and, as if in pain, said that she seemed to tease him only when she was having fun. But as soon as she got into a difficult situation, she immediately walked away from him, leaving him alone. The girl, angry and surprised, asked if he had really been coming to her and thought that she had never known about it. She couldn't believe that he would accuse her so unceremoniously without understanding what was really going on. This was the moment when she began to doubt his words and really felt that their relationship had reached a dead end. The girl sighed heavily, because her mother must have been involved in all this. She began to understand that perhaps everything that was happening was not a coincidence. Her mother could be manipulating the situation, creating tension between them to achieve her goals. The girl realized that the situation had really become complicated. The guy had turned against her because of a misunderstanding, and her name was in doubt. She was ready to take responsibility for everything. She knew that if she could not help him to remove the insult, it could lead to serious consequences. His expulsion from the duchy. The girl understood that although her new brother was well-mannered and cautious in his actions now, in time, his character could change. He could become as ruthless and pragmatic as the fourth prince. She couldn't help but wonder if he would be just as willing to manipulate the situation to his advantage. The girl, gathering all her strength, decided to take a step forward. She moved closer to the boy, feeling her heart beating faster with excitement. She knew that she couldn't leave things as they were, and that if she wanted to help him understand her, she would have to be frank. Despite all the difficulties and misunderstandings between them, she took his hand, with a gentle but firm gesture, and asked him not to be angry. It flashed through her thoughts that the main thing now was to calm him down, because he was too emotionally unstable, and in that state could not perceive anything. She knew that she had to speak softly to gain his trust, and only then could she explain everything that had happened. The girl added quietly that he might not believe her, but she didn't really know he was coming. She suspected that it was her mother who had given the order not to let him in. However, the boy, raising his eyebrows, asked if she really thought he would believe her words. The boy, with a dissatisfied expression on his face, asked her why. Even if he couldn't come to her on his own, she didn't do it first. And now that the situation had already gone this far, why did she only come now to talk about her feelings? All these words seemed to him to be nothing but hypocrisy. The girl asked him to listen, assuring him that she had not come to him with the sole purpose of improving his well-being. She explained that the rumors currently circulating on the estate were not at all favorable to him and had to be stopped. Otherwise, it could have serious consequences for his reputation. The girl explained that everyone on the estate thought he intended to compete with his older brother for the title and his grandfather's inheritance. But the boy assured her that he had no interest in such a struggle. He did not need the title, and he did not intend to compete for it. She talked to the guy and said that her parents were worried that if she spent too much time with him, it might contribute to his success. They felt that he was demanding something he didn't deserve, and if their relationship continued, it could make things worse. The boy thought for a moment, and thought that this was probably how the Duke had seen it that day. The girl had not really tried to hide from him, had no intention of avoiding meeting or talking to him, but he had still misunderstood her. And now, looking at the situation from the outside, he understood that her behavior was far from what he had imagined. The girl took his hand, looked him in the eye, and asked him not to say such nonsense. She firmly said that he was her younger brother, and she would always support him, no matter what happened. The guy sighed and apologized to her for misunderstanding the situation. He explained that he just wanted to feel comfortable in this house, and it didn't matter to him who his relative was. She said with a gentle smile that she knew he was a good person. After all, at such a young age, he had lost his only loved one, and it was clear that he really lacked love and care. Her words sounded warm and understanding, because she understood how difficult it was for him and wanted to be the supportive shoulder he could rely on. However, after the fourth prince saves him, he will be grateful to him, and the girl will decide to work for him to win his favor. She is willing to make every effort to prove her loyalty and support him, because she believes that their relationship can develop into something more. The boy said that he bought back the sword that had previously belonged to his father. It was his decision, as he felt that the sword symbolized not only his legacy, but also his future. The girl replied that it seemed like someone was trying to frame him, and he should find a place to hide the sword. The boy agreed, adding that it shouldn't be the Duke's estate, because with such an object he could be in danger. The girl watched him anxiously, her heart beating faster with anxiety, because she understood that his every step could lead to irreparable consequences. The girl thought that he must be afraid of being caught, because his hand was very sweaty. Her heart was filled with compassion for him, and she wished he wouldn't feel so alone and scared. He added that if he could hide the sword, he wouldn't be here anymore. After his father died, his uncle and other relatives took all the inheritance for themselves, and he no longer had a place in that family. His voice sounded bitter, as if he had already resigned himself to the fact that his place among the family was lost, and now the future looked just as hopeless. The girl apologized to him, saying that she didn't want to remind him of the heavy loss. She suggested that they think together about where they could hide the sword so that it would be safe and not fall into the wrong hands. Suddenly, the maid burst in, interrupting their conversation. She announced that Madame was ill and hastily added that they were going in the direction where she was. The maid's face was troubled, and she looked anxious, as if she did not know how to inform her mistress of her condition. The boy, holding her hand, asked with anxiety in his voice what would happen if he was kicked out of here. He looked at her as if searching for an answer, and his eyes were filled with fear, for he was afraid that he would never see her again if things went wrong. The girl gently stroked his head, smiling with gentle confidence. She assured him that he had no reason to worry. She wouldn't let him get into trouble. Her words were filled with warm concern, and it was clear in her eyes that she would do anything to protect him. The girl was confused, not understanding why everything had become so confusing. She regretted that she had not been able to get the storyline back on track earlier. But suddenly, all her attention was drawn to the fourth prince, who unexpectedly appeared and, admitting that he had come at the wrong time, broke the silence. The friends looked at the fourth prince in surprise, without changing their posture, as if trying to understand whether this was a joke or whether the real appearance was so unexpected. Their looks silently conveyed mixed emotions, from surprise to cautious interest. The fourth prince, with anger in his voice, addressed the girl, sternly ordering her to immediately remove her hand from the boy. His gaze, full of indignation, seemed to pierce through, causing the atmosphere in the room to tense to the edge. The girl, frightened by his sharp tone, turned to him in a trembling voice, respectfully saying, "Your Majesty!" Her gaze dropped to the floor, and her hands nervously clutched the hem of her dress. Out of the corner of her eye, the girl noticed where her other hand was. It was resting on the boy's head, who looked even more confused. She turned pale, realizing her mistake, and thought that the prince might be even more angry at her impudent gesture. In her heart, she prayed that it would not lead to severe punishment. The boy, noticing her nervousness, spoke first, trying to distract the prince. He addressed the girl in a calm voice, asking if she was okay. She, taking advantage of the moment, quickly added that the prince had come just in time because she really needed help. Her voice was firm. The boy looked at her anxiously, trying to understand what had happened. His voice was full of excitement, and he was clearly ready to act if necessary. His concern was so palpable that the girl could barely hide her confusion, because the situation seemed more complicated than she could explain. The girl felt a tension creeping up on her, caught between the two boys. Their gazes were filled with misunderstanding and hidden opposition. They were supposed to cooperate, but each time the situation turned out in such a way that she was left with only one of them, as if circumstances had deliberately distanced them from each other. The girl confidently took a step forward, took the sword in her hands, and held it firmly, addressing those present. Her voice was resolute, and her gaze was full of seriousness. She explained that now it was not she who needed help, but her brother, who was in a difficult situation. The young man asked with irritation and anger why she was talking about her brother again. His voice was sharp, and his eyes were shining with indignation. He could not hide his displeasure, because the name already seemed to him too often repeated. The girl happily confirmed his words, but deep down, she knew that her worries for her husband's safety were serious while he was away. And although she did not say it out loud, she believed that in the future, he would have to thank her family for all they had done to protect him. The man thought that the boy really thought that if he was kind to her sister and solved her problems, it would give him the right to interfere in other people's affairs. However, the girl assured him that this was really necessary and needed to be done as soon as possible, since the situation was becoming increasingly serious. The man, without saying a word, simply walked past them, as if not paying attention to what was happening around him. The girl approached him, saying that helping her brother could lead to serious consequences. If he intervened, it could lead to exile not only for him, but also for her family. She emphasized that in this situation, it was important to think about safety. The boy standing behind her thought, for this was not the first time the girl had asked the fourth prince to intervene on his behalf. He began to understand that her concern was not only for the safety of her family, but also for his own position in all of this. She was trying to protect him from the possible consequences. The man thought about her words about the possible expulsion from the Duke's estate, and, with an expression of discontent on his face, asked if it wouldn't be for the best. After all, as he noticed, this brother constantly interfered in their affairs, and the girl, instead of defending her own interests, always defended him. The girl stood very close, holding a sword in her hand, hidden under her sleeve. She sighed deeply, because she really didn't know who else to turn to for help in this situation. Her voice was insistent, although it was clear that she was worried, because she realized how serious this could turn out for her and her family. The boy pursed his lips, his gaze became heavy and cold. He couldn't understand why this situation worried the girl so much. Was this young man really so important to her that she was willing to risk everything to help him? He carefully took the cup in his hands, feeling its slight coldness. His gaze was clouded by thoughts, and the cup became a symbol of the moment of calm before the storm. The landscape depicted on its surface reminded him of how sometimes you need to stop and figure yourself out. He looked at her thoughtfully and finally asked what exactly she wanted him to do in this situation. His voice was calm, but there was a certain weight in it, as if he were faced with a difficult choice. The guy was ready to help, but he wanted to understand what exactly the girl expected from him. The girl asked to wait, explaining that she had already drunk tea from this cup. She was a little confused, because she had done it without due attention, and now she was not sure of her actions. The guy, looking at her carefully, said that she had a problem and he had to solve it. However, he couldn't understand why she wouldn't even let him touch her cup. The girl thought that he probably didn't like the sets she used before. Maybe he was used to something more refined and elegant. The boy standing behind her thought again. It seemed that the prince really didn't treat his sister so badly, but there was an unpleasant feeling in his heart. He couldn't understand why. Maybe it was jealousy, or he felt like others were trying to take his place. The duke's voice was heard, addressing his new brother, asking him to come out. It sounded stern, yet calm at the same time, as if preparing him for something important. When the family entered the room and saw the company, they were instantly curious as to why everything had happened in this way. Surprise was on their faces, and they were most surprised by the fourth prince who was sitting among them. One of the family members could not contain his surprise and immediately asked. The little boy walked over to his sister, her gaze lingering on him slightly, and she smiled. It was a strange combination of her soft smile and a certain irony in the eyes she fixed on him. He seemed not to notice this subtle change in her expression and continued speaking. The one standing behind turned to the little boy, saying that someone would have bad luck today. The boy's answer was simple. He just stuck out his tongue. He looked like a child who had just learned a lesson and was trying to remain calm, ignoring all the stares around him. His new brother looked at him in surprise, but he didn't take offense at the provocation. He remained calm, almost indifferent to what had happened. The fourth prince calmly explained to the duke that he had come to visit the girl and that there was no need to worry about his presence. He assured him that he had no intention of causing any inconvenience and that the duke should not be embarrassed by his visit. The duke, noticing the sword, sharply turned his attention to it and asked what cursed object the boy had brought to the estate. He ordered the sword to be returned immediately, surprised and outraged by such a thoughtless act. The girl, approaching her father, stopped him and asked him not to rush to conclusions. She does not yet understand what is happening and needs time to figure out all the details of the situation. The priest said that there was no need to worry at all. He hastened to inform the duke of all the details. He also asked to trust his opinion. Everything must turn out as well as possible. This angered Aya. Why didn't he want to tell her the reason? Maybe he had some hidden motives, and now she still had something to worry about. The girl decided that she had to arouse Sane's sympathy. I need him to see that I am kind to Uriel. This will help me become free and independent in the future. Cyan pondered the situation. Of course, he promised to help the girl, but that doesn't mean he should solve her younger brother's problems. That's nonsense, and he has no intention of taking part in it. The priest decided that it was time to tell what his mission on the estate was. One way or another, he would have to confess everything. Silence was not the best option. Soon, everything would become known to everyone anyway. The woman, looking confused, explained that all this was happening because of worries about her mother, who had been feeling unwell lately. She could not allow anything to interfere with her plans, so she turned to the priest for a search. You could hear from her voice that her words came from the heart, but at the same time, she was ready to hide the truth. The woman, continuing to explain, added that her father had brought people to search for the source of evil in the estate. The girl, feeling uncertain about everything, asked where exactly they were going to look for this evil, because this was the question that worried her the most. She could not understand how all this was connected with her family. The little boy stood up again and, pointing to his new brother, declared that he was the suspect. He had no doubt that all the trouble had begun since his arrival, and that he was probably the main source of all the trouble. His voice was convincing, but there was more childish directness in his words than real suspicion. The girl asked with a smile what would happen if the source was not found. She watched the reaction, trying to understand whether there was a real reason for all these suspicions or if it was just a fabrication. Her voice sounded calm, but a hint of distrust appeared in her eyes. The men looked at each other, silently considering the situation. They couldn't find the right words to answer the girl's question. The atmosphere became heavy, and each of them felt the situation getting out of control. The girl, looking at everyone present, said that she now understood. All the accusations were directed only at the new brother, and now they would only search in this place. She emphasized that if they did not find any evidence, then it would simply be an unfair accusation against him. Her words permeated the atmosphere of tension. Her new brother, standing behind her, turned to her, watching her words. He thought that she hadn't changed. She was still the same big sister who was ready to protect him in any situation. This feeling wasn't new to him, but now it seemed even stronger than before. The girl had indeed shown another strong side to her character. She had often cried before, and the prince had been accustomed to considering her weak. But now, as she stood before him, determined and stubborn, trying to protect her new brother, her gaze was firm and confident. The prince thought as he watched the girl stand resolutely in defense of her new brother. He wondered if he were put in a similar situation in the future. Would she be ready to protect him as she was now? Would she be there for him when he needed support? The man added that if he was really being unfairly accused, he would definitely apologize to him. His words sounded confident, and he tried to show that he did not want to make mistakes in his judgments. The woman stood nervously, carefully observing everything that was happening. In her thoughts, she could not understand why the girl did not see sincere intentions. She considered her childish and naive, not understanding the true complexities of the situation. To her, it all looked like thoughtless protection of someone she considered a stranger and dangerous. However, the man, having already lost his patience, abruptly ordered his men to search everything. His voice was full of determination and irritation, for he could no longer tolerate uncertainty and wanted answers as soon as possible. There was a tense silence in the house when one of the men, pointing to the painting, ordered it to be searched. Everyone present looked at each other nervously, trying to understand what was happening and why such an important thing needed to be checked. The fourth prince said with a smile that these people were really funny, because they approached the picture as if they didn't know what exactly might be hidden there. His sarcasm and displeasure were obvious, but he seemed to be trying to keep the situation under control. The woman, the girl's mother, looked at him with some surprise, wondering if he was being too perceptive. Her look expressed doubt, and she probably sensed that his behavior might not be what it seemed at first glance. However, the girl's father turned to the young man, the fourth prince, and said that his sword looked very familiar. His tone was serious, and his gaze was intent, as if trying to remember where he had seen this object before. The woman, tense, thought, and small beads of sweat appeared on her face. She did not understand why this sword was in his possession. The thought that this object could have some special meaning for their family troubled her more and more. However, the fourth prince cautiously took the sword in his hands and asked if the duke meant him. He explained that a person important to him had entrusted the sword to him for safekeeping, and it was a matter of honor for him. The duke was worried, but he understood the situation. However, his worry did not leave him. He wondered why this sword looked so similar to the one the knight had. Could it be a coincidence? Is there some connection between these two swords? The girl smiled when she heard the prince politely mention an important person and thought that after celebrating her grandfather's birthday, the relationship between the boys had indeed improved a little. She watched them, noticing how at least a minimal trust was emerging between them, although much still remained unclear. The new brother looked at the prince, not quite understanding whether this meant that he was going to take a neutral side. His thoughts were confused, because every move this prince made seemed very deliberate. He could not understand whether he wanted to interfere in their affairs or would stay on the sidelines, watching events unfold. However, the fourth prince's gaze was too cunning. He looked calm, but there was a small smile on his face that could mean a lot. His demeanor seemed cautious, but his every move was precisely measured, as if he knew more than the others. The priest returned to the family and replied that no evil had been detected and that all was well. His voice was calm, but there was still a certain wariness in his eyes. This seemed strange, since the situation remained uncertain. The woman looked at the prince again, unable to understand why he was so protective of this boy. She wondered if there was some hidden connection between them, or if they were trying to hide something. This worried her greatly, as the situation became increasingly complicated. She could not accept these events and felt deeply dissatisfied. All eyes turned to the girl, and everyone wondered if the reason for all these misunderstandings and conflicts lay precisely in her. Her presence and protection of her new brother could have been the trigger that caused such a reaction in everyone around her. Now everything seemed connected to her, and the question of what to do with all this remained open. Exactly, that made sense. The girl was indeed far from having any support from the fourth prince. She had always felt afraid of him, and despite everything that had happened, she had not dared to ask him for help. All her actions appeared to be more the result of her own determination to protect her brothers, rather than any support. The girl turned to her father, claiming that their accusations against her new brother were baseless. She was sure that he had nothing to do with the problems that had arisen in the family. Her words sounded decisive, and this caused tension among those present, because everyone was ready for a search, and her statement questioned the legality of these actions. The man, looking at the girl, asked her new brother why he hadn't told him about it earlier if he really hadn't brought anything. The question sounded with a hint of disbelief, as he didn't understand why the boy had been silent about important matters for so long. The little boy, frowning, added that his new brother looked very scared. His face was pale, as if he had done something bad. His words immediately caught the attention of everyone in the room, and now everyone began to doubt whether the boy was really involved in something bad. The girl tried to stop her brother, realizing that his words could only complicate the situation. She knew that if he continued, it could lead to even more misunderstandings and problems for everyone. The boy, frustrated and angry, spoke his mind, expressing his pain from the constant accusations. He felt that his family had made up their minds a long time ago and were not even trying to believe in his innocence. All these suspicions about him made him feel like he had no place among them. Everyone silently looked at him, feeling the weight of the moment. No one knew how to respond to such words, because they were an unexpected revelation for them. They understood that he felt abandoned, but no one had the strength or words to properly support him in this moment of pain. This can be an interesting twist in character development. A small, dark hero can have many underlying motives that explain his doubts and worries. His character can add dynamics to the plot, giving him a chance to go through difficult trials that will change his attitude towards himself and those around him. The girl seemed determined and ready to fight for justice despite the difficult situation. Her words highlight her willingness to protect her family from unfair accusations and unwanted consequences. This could be an important moment in her development as a character who is not afraid to stand up for her beliefs. The new brother seems to have been deeply hurt and disappointed in his adoptive father, the Duke. His words indicate that he has no respect for the Duke and believes him to be unfair. This may further exacerbate the conflict between him and the family, and also indicate that he has probably lost faith in this part of the family structure. The prince watched the boy carefully, analyzing his every move and word. His gaze was full of seriousness and interest. He understood that the situation was becoming increasingly tense, and that these were the moments that could determine the future, not only of this young man, but of the entire family. The prince tried to remain calm, but his thoughts were in chaos. He couldn't understand how he could stay by her side, holding her hand, when this boy was here, with all his problems and questions. The internal struggle of his feelings became more and more confused, and he felt the tension building. The girl's father was confused and distraught. He couldn't understand why she would deliberately put herself in this situation when there was obvious danger to the family. He was aware that her mother might be particularly sensitive to this, and he couldn't understand why she couldn't see how these actions could harm her and the entire family. The girl's father, gathering his strength, asked what she wanted him to do, and the girl, turning to him, asked who would be the first to report the cursed thing that had caused all this misunderstanding. Her gaze was attentive, and there was a suppressed anxiety in her voice, for she understood that much depended on it. The woman, looking worried, said that her husband had been having nightmares and had been feeling very unwell for several days. That was why the priest believed that there was a source of evil in the estate, and she asked her father to check everything. There was anxiety in her voice because she was worried about the health of her family, and she tried to find any explanation for all these incomprehensible events. The girl smiled and said that, as it turned out, it was just a false rumor spread by the priest. The priest, not knowing what to say, just waved his hands, trying to justify himself. He felt confused and did not quite understand how he got into this situation. From his gestures, it was clear that he did not know how to explain his words, and this only confused everyone present even more. The priest, sighing, admitted his mistake and apologized to the woman. He admitted his guilt for not checking the information before telling her family. His apology was sincere, but the atmosphere in the room remained tense, as everyone realized how important this misunderstanding had been to the family. The girl looked sternly at the priest and said that such a thing was not forgiven. She reminded him that while he was on the duke's estate, he had to bear full responsibility for his words and actions. She added that such mistakes could seriously affect their family's reputation, and therefore he should be more careful in his actions. The woman asked what exactly the girl wanted, and there was surprise in her voice. She didn't understand what was going on with this guy, and why he was trying to protect himself by using her. The girl, however, replied that it was not her decision, and that she should turn to the victim, the one who was the main cause of all these misunderstandings. The girl looked at her new brother with a smile and asked what he thought about everything that was happening and how he thought he should proceed. A slight surprise was reflected in his eyes, because he did not expect that the girl would give him such an opportunity to influence the situation. He did not lose his composure, but changed his posture and became more serious, as if transforming into the Duke. In a calm but firm tone, he declared that he was a man whom the Duke had accepted into his family, and any untruth about him was an equal lie. She was pleased that the boy had finally shown his true character. It gave her the feeling that he was not just weak, but capable of standing up for himself and protecting his loved ones, even in the most difficult situations. The Duke, with a serious expression on his face, ordered his men to send the priest back to the temple and told the bishop to severely punish him for spreading false rumors. Everyone in the hall felt how the Duke's power had firmly taken hold of the situation, and probably no one would dare to challenge his decision anymore. The priest, feeling the strain of the situation, seized on his last hope and begged to be saved, saying that it was the woman who had called him here. He tried to explain that he was following her orders, but his words only added to the tension of the situation. The boy again pointed out that the Duchess was kind and merciful, and it was impossible for her to send someone against him with bad intentions. He asked in surprise if the priest was really trying to distort the situation in order to later spread rumors about her actions. This added even more tension to what was happening. The girl carefully observed the situation, noticing how correctly and clearly her brother expressed his thoughts. She understood that her mother, no doubt, was eager to preserve her reputation and avoid any rumors that could damage her image. Accusations against her, especially about cruel treatment of her son, could seriously affect the family's image. The woman confirmed the boy's words expressing her desire for him to become part of their family. She indicated that he had always been an equal member of the family to her and expressed her support for his decision. However, there was concern on her face. She was clearly unsure of the future consequences of this situation. The prince, sipping his tea, pondered, observing the situation. Although he usually had a cold and objective point of view, the boy seemed to arouse a certain interest in him. He was observant and quickly adapted to circumstances, unlike others who might give in to emotions. The brother looked at the girl and, tilting his head slightly, said to her, "Thank you for saving me again." His words were simple, but filled with sincere gratitude. The girl smiled, but could not suppress a slight feeling of anxiety. She knew that this was not the end. The prince sat sternly on his chair, his gaze cold and dissatisfied. The girl looked at the prince, feeling that he was wrong. She understood that in that situation, he simply did not see the whole picture, and that time at the banquet, it was not she, but his prince who saved him. Inside, she felt that she needed to change the course of the conversation, to turn the situation in the right direction. The girl looked at the prince, becoming stubborn again, and asked, "Isn't she right?" The prince, hearing her question, only smiled, without answering directly. His gaze remained calm, but there was a faint expression of thought in his eyes. The girl felt confused and couldn't understand what exactly his smile meant. It wasn't as she expected. He didn't answer her question, and there was something important in his gaze that she couldn't make out. Her heart beat faster, as this moment created a sense of uncertainty. The boy looked at the girl with some distrust and told her not to lie to him. That time the prince clearly said that it was she who asked him for help. He did not understand why she was now trying to deny what had happened, because everything was obvious. The girl looked at the boy in surprise, not understanding why the prince decided to tell him about what had happened. She couldn't understand why he shared these details and why it had become so important to him. The girl was upset when she realized that she had accidentally taken the prince's credit for herself. She began to worry about how this would affect their relationship. After all, now that the truth was known, she was afraid that the prince might start to treat her differently. The girl noted that in any case, the prince had provided help today and asked the guy to thank him as soon as possible. She hoped that this would allow them to settle the situation and maintain harmony in their relationship. The girl calmed down a little because she knew that the prince had helped them today. The boy had overcome all the difficulties only thanks to him. In the end, he thanked the prince, realizing that without his help, the situation could have been completely different. However, the guy coldly replied that the person he actually helped was not him, but his fiancée. The girl tried to lighten the situation and said that they were all human. She wanted there to be no tension between them, because they were all in the same situation and had the same goal: to help. The prince asked what the boy was going to do with this sword. His gaze was serious, and his voice was wary. He couldn't help but ask, because the sword he was holding looked much more important than just a weapon. Since this happened, her brother is probably not feeling well right now, and he cannot be left in the duke's estate, because the situation could take a new turn. The prince, understanding the complexity of the moment, helped him hide the sword to avoid possible trouble. The prince, realizing the seriousness of the situation, said that this sword should never appear again in the duke's estate. He knew that he would not have the courage to destroy it, so he turned to the girl, asking if she could do it for him. He was sure that she would, having the strength and determination. The girl stood there in thought, trying to figure out what to do. The sword was an important thing to her father, and she knew she couldn't just throw it away. All these thoughts worried her. What if he found out about her deed and accused her of acting without his permission? The girl finally decided to turn to the prince for help. She knew that she would not be able to cope with this situation on her own. With doubt in her voice, but determination in her eyes, she turned to him. However, the boy, understanding what she meant, coldly replied that he had already done everything he could for her. He warned her not to try his patience any further, as he had already exhausted his strength trying to help her in everything. The girl, not knowing what to say, just silently looked into his eyes, feeling her heart fill with doubt and indecision. She didn't know how to get out of this situation, and it oppressed her. The boy, noticing her hesitation, coolly asked her to stop acting like a child. His words sounded sharp, like a reminder that she needed to be more decisive in such an important situation. But she continued to look at him with her big blue eyes, as if searching for some kind of support or understanding in his gaze. Her gaze was full of uncertainty, but also determination to find the right solution. The boy, looking away in panic, replied that he would still deal with the situation himself. His words sounded firm, but there was still uncertainty in his eyes, as if he wasn't completely sure of his actions. The girl, realizing that he had decided to help, began to sincerely thank him, her face blossoming into a warm smile. She was grateful, although she understood that this was only a temporary solution, but at least for a moment she felt relieved. The prince thought when she said he was a good person. It was the first time anyone had ever said that about him. He was used to other comments, either neutral or even critical, but not to words like these. They stuck in his mind, making him think about his behavior and his motives. The boy thought he was a monster and that his hands were covered in blood. He was convinced that everything he touched only brought pain and suffering. His past, the decisions he made, left no room for excuses. He felt that nothing could wash away these stains from his soul, and that even the words of kindness he heard from her could not change who he really was. The girl told her brother that she would go back to her room and that he should go to bed early today. She noted that he had done well, even refused his mother, and was probably very tired. She didn't want him to overwork himself, because after everything that had happened, he needed rest. The guy said that all this was possible thanks to her support, and without her, he would not have been able to show such courage. He thanked her for always being there and giving him the courage to act. The girl said that every day he discovers something new about himself, and over time, he will become the person who will not depend on others, but will be able to rely only on his own strength. However, as the girl left the room, she turned and quietly said that she would always be on his side, no matter what difficulties or trials they would have to go through. She understood that even when the world around her was hostile, she would always be the one who supported him. Suddenly, the door closed with a sound that echoed in the silence of the room, as if a reminder of separation. The boy was left alone, thinking about her words. He felt an inner tension, because such support was something new for him. Will he really be able to become what she believes he can be? The girl closed the door and saw the prince standing next to her. She was slightly surprised and asked why he didn't leave, because it seemed like he should have left her alone. The prince didn't seem to have any intention of leaving until he was sure that everything was in order. His serious look and silence only emphasized his determination. The boy angrily asked if she had really used him and just left him, leaving everything as it was. His voice was filled with frustration, and his expression was tense, as if he was trying to understand why she was behaving in a way he didn't expect. The girl tried to calm down inside, because she was very worried about what was happening. She felt a wave of emotions covering her, but she decided not to show it. She knew that she had to remain calm, even if her heart was beating faster because of all these misunderstandings. The girl walked slowly down the hall beside him, trying to break the tension between them. She thanked him for his help and kindness today, trying to create a more peaceful atmosphere. They talked to each other, and the girl sincerely thanked him for his help. They walked slowly down the long corridor, each of them thinking about something else. The girl added that it was his father's sword, and if it was lost, her new brother would be hurt. The boy did not understand her concern for his father's adopted son at all. The girl was annoyed by his indifference. He was too heartless. The fourth prince thought only of himself, but he agreed to all her requests and help. Why does he treat the young man so cruelly? The girl added that he probably didn't know this. This guy had never had a mother, and his only close friend had recently died in battle. She really felt sorry for the young man. Once again, this luxurious estate stood out among the trees, attracting the attention of absolutely everyone who was near it. The girl added that no one could help him when he was suffering so much, and that really hurt. She understood how difficult it was for him not to have support at such times, and that deeply troubled her. The prince listened attentively to her words, Although his gaze was not as clear as usual, the girl specifically emphasized the word suffered because she wanted the prince to realize how much that word resonated in his own heart. She knew that the prince also felt pain, like a child who is not recognized and loved by his own father. The mother, who died young, leaving the child alone in this world, was the moment that united their destinies. The prince, slightly lowering his gaze, replied that he was very lucky that she was there and helped him share his loneliness and sadness. His words were spoken quietly, but with great gratitude. He was not used to such expressions, but at that moment he felt that his heart was not so heavy when someone understood his pain. The girl thought that this was not quite what she expected. Her heart couldn't help but feel heavy from what she felt. She had only read the original novel, and therefore knew that this moment was not accidental. But still, his words made her feel a certain depth that she hadn't noticed before. The prince, a little nervously, said that he would hide the sword, but he wanted her to promise him one thing. The girl, interested, asked what it was about. The prince looked at her with a deep expression, and his voice, although calm, betrayed an irresistible desire. "This is your hand," he said, trying to remain calm, but there was deep emotion in his eyes. He could not contain the wave of feelings that overwhelmed him, for this was more than a simple request. He held out his hand to her, and although his gaze was calm, the girl felt agitated. Suddenly she was scared, without even understanding why. Her voice sounded anxious as she asked, "What's wrong with my hand?" The prince slowly began to notice that she was holding her new brother's hand too often. His face darkened with sadness as he remembered this. He looked away and, taking a deep breath, added, "From today on, you can only hold my hand." The girl was very surprised to hear these words. Her cheeks immediately blushed, and her heart beat faster. She did not know how to answer, and for a moment she just stood there, looking away from his eyes. The boy looked at her again, his gaze sharp and his voice slightly irritated. He asked if she agreed or not, as if waiting for an answer that would finally settle everything. The girl, although she began to hesitate, still refused and said that she would gladly accept his offer. Her face became too excited, and small beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, betraying her inner restlessness. They held hands anyway. It was a wonderful moment, magical in its simplicity. Their palms, slightly trembling, met, and at that moment everything around them stopped, as if confirming that this was the right and important action. However, the girl did not feel at ease, although she held her fiancé's hand. The gesture was familiar to her, as she had often done so with her new brother. But now everything was changing, and she could not shake the feeling of uncertainty that filled her heart. While the girl was lost in her thoughts, the boy couldn't help but notice how small and delicate her hands were. He wondered why he hadn't noticed them before. This unusual touch awakened new feelings in him, but he tried to keep his thoughts under control, although deep down he felt how these moments were changing his attitude towards her. The estate of Duke Howard impressed those who saw it for the first time with its exquisite grandeur. The architect thought out the smallest details. All these nuances were skillfully embodied by skilled builders. The gardeners also skillfully worked on the completion of this ensemble. Aya was surprised by the letter she received from Sine. "Didn't the sun rise in its usual place today, but in the west? Because he decided to write to me." The girl sat down in a chair and began to eagerly read the message she had received. Uriel asked his sister if it was true that she had been betrothed to the fourth prince since childhood. If so, she had never received any letters from him before. The young man found this a little strange. "What nonsense is this? Do you think I wanted to be engaged to this goat? Not at all. I was forcibly made his bride, and I'm not happy about it at all." The girl was not pleased with the boy's question. Aya thought that His Highness was always very busy with something. She doubted that he could find time to write her a letter. At the same time, Uriel continued a game of chess with the maid, which, to be honest, was not going in his favor. Perhaps the reason for this was that he was distracted by a conversation with his sister, and very soon his chess rival said, "Sir Uriel, you lose. You are checkmated." But the boy's thoughts were not occupied with the game. He was much more concerned with his own sister. Aya, I need to talk to you. Tell me honestly, is the prince treating you well? I think something strange is going on between you. The boy understood that although they were engaged, their conversation seemed strange, like that between a master and a servant. She always knelt before him, acting as if she was in his debt. It was unpleasant to watch. However, the worst thing, he thought, was if he gave her a leash for her birthday. The girl replied that nothing of the sort was happening, as he was still very kind to her. She thought that she should not lose faith in her future husband, even if sometimes the situation seemed confusing. It was important to remain confident that there was understanding between them and not let doubts get in the way of their relationship. The girl, holding the letter in her hands, worried and with a little anxiety, read the words that her future husband had sent her. Every word seemed important, and she tried to understand what he really wanted to say, waiting for answers to her own questions that were not giving her peace. The girl added that the fourth prince wrote that he could no longer tolerate the bullying of the boy, and therefore decided to find him a new fencing teacher. He seemed to realize that it was time to do something drastic to change the situation. The girl thought that, as expected, the fourth prince had deliberately acted coldly and ignored the boy. Now, he had found him a new fencing teacher, taking another step towards his becoming a royal knight. All of these actions exactly repeated the events of the original novel, and she couldn't help but notice it. The Platinum Estate looked incredibly impressive. Its towers rose to the sky, tall and luxurious, retaining a grandeur and majesty within itself. Every element of the building reflected impeccable taste and incredible luxury, creating the impression that it was a part of the sky itself. The boy stood in the middle of the room, intently polishing his greatsword. His hands moved smoothly, each movement full of caution, as if he were refining not only the metal, but also his own thoughts. His gaze was serious, and every movement expressed determination, readiness for any challenge. Suddenly, two men approached him and, smiling, remarked that he seemed to be in a really good mood today. Their words sounded slightly ironic, but in their eyes, you could also see some interest in how he was behaving at that moment. He replied that he had solved one big problem. One of the men asked if this problem was related to the young girl. He wondered, because after a new son appeared in their family, he began to visit her often. It seemed that these frequent meetings were not just a coincidence. The boy replied that he had made it clear to her brother that one should not bother other people's fiancés. He was convinced that in such matters, one should show respect for other people's boundaries and choices. It seems that the prince really fell in love. The men said at the same time that he was indeed very courageous. Their words were filled with respect, for he had shown determination and wisdom in such a delicate situation. The boy said he intended to meet the crown prince at the Chamber of Commerce and ordered the sword to be hidden somewhere far away. The men immediately agreed, understanding the seriousness of the situation. The Chamber of Commerce looked impressive. A white building with majestic walls decorated with intricate carvings and tall pillars supporting its grand architecture. The girl smiled. Although she was dressed in men's clothing, this did not diminish her natural beauty in any way. On the contrary, her appearance looked mysterious and elegant, retaining the same charm. Her maid was also dressed in men's clothing, trying to help keep the mask on. Her new brother, noticing this, tried to warn her, but the girl standing nearby confirmed his words. The girl reassured her friends, confidently stating that everything would be fine. The girl added that they probably wouldn't recognize her, although her female body shape makes it difficult for her to look like a man in these costumes. It's interesting how this character develops in the plot. The god of war, with his experience and wisdom, could become an important mentor for Uriel. It also adds depth to their training and helps form the bonds between the characters. This man was too important a character in the novel. He was also a close friend of the boy's father. The girl handed the boy the letter and explained that it was a letter of introduction that he needed to take to a certain man with a maid. She was sure that this step would be important for their future, and now everything depended on how the man would react to the letter. The boy wondered if the girl was planning to go with them, as he didn't quite understand why she had decided to leave the responsibility to him. He assumed that her presence might have had more weight in the matter, and he wondered why she had chosen such a path. The girl said she wasn't really interested in fencing training, as she wanted to explore the place and see what was going on. She added that they would meet in the lobby after she had had a chance to take in the surroundings. Her voice was calm, but there was a sense of certainty in it that she wanted to find something important for herself. Training wasn't her priority. The boy, taking her hands, asked the girl to be careful. His gaze was serious, and there was concern in his voice. He knew that her determination and desire to explore could lead to unforeseen situations, so he wanted her to be careful, although in his heart he was sure that she was able to stand up for herself. The girl, immediately remembering the boy, quickly let go of his hands and said goodbye. Her gaze softened and her voice quieter as she added that she would be back soon. With a small smile on her face, she turned and quickly left, leaving him with thoughts of how important her safety was to him. She waved at him like a madman as he walked forward, as if trying to channel all her emotions into the gesture. Her heart beat faster, but she couldn't help but smile as she watched him move further and further away, leaving her alone in this place. The girl thought, remembering that she had recently heard the Chamber of Commerce's cafeteria on the second floor, called one of the best in the empire. She could already smell the delicious food in the air, and her appetite had increased dramatically. Of course, she couldn't pass up such an opportunity to try their dishes. The girl walked along the luxurious corridors, enjoying the atmosphere and examining each element of the decor in detail. Her steps were calm, and with each minute, she got closer and closer to the stairs leading to the second floor. The feeling of curiosity and anticipation of new experiences captivated her more and more. The girl was a little surprised when she got to the second floor, because she expected to find more people there. The space was quiet and empty, and only silence filled the atmosphere. She began to look around, not understanding why everything was so deserted, and whether this was really the buffet she had been told about. A small anxiety crept into her heart. The girl cautiously approached the door and peered inside, but saw nothing. She felt her surprise growing. She thought that perhaps the buffet was no longer open, or had not yet opened, and the very atmosphere in the corridor only increased her doubts. Her hand on the doorknob remained motionless as she wondered if this was just a misunderstanding. Suddenly, the girl heard voices outside the door. It was a conversation between the fourth prince and someone else. She listened, trying to understand what was being said, but the voices were indistinct. Her heart beat faster. What happened? Why was he here? And should she go in, or should she stay behind and wait until the conversation was over? The girl stood still, listening to the words of the fourth prince. She heard him address the crown prince, with an expression of concern in his voice. "I'm worried about you." These words caused a wave of misunderstanding in her. Why was he so worried? What had happened between them? Now she was even more eager to know what was hidden behind this conversation. The girl, hearing the approaching footsteps, quickly decided that it was not worth staying in this place. She carefully but quickly stepped back, trying not to give herself away. Her heart beat faster, because she understood that this could become dangerous. As soon as she heard the footsteps getting closer, she involuntarily held her breath and hastily disappeared. The girl quietly, almost imperceptibly, managed to slip through the other door when the fourth prince left the room. She froze for a moment, watching him pass by, and only then breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that he had not noticed her. She quickly looked around, looking for a place where she could hide and figure out what to do next. The guy carefully examined the room, his gaze sliding over every corner and detail. He was surprised because there was no one here, although a few minutes ago he had expected to see at least a few people. Why was it so empty here? He could not understand this, and even felt a little uneasy. But, not finding an answer, he decided to continue his search further. The girl stood at the door, sighing heavily, and looked around. Her heart was beating faster, because she had barely managed to escape without being seen. She looked back nervously, making sure that her actions would go unnoticed, but she still felt uneasy. Now she was on the verge, not knowing what to do next. The girl suddenly turned around and saw the guy taking off his shirt. She instantly looked away, feeling awkward and embarrassed that she had witnessed such a moment. Her heart froze for a second, and she began to nervously search for what to do next. She felt her heart race as his gaze first met hers. His green eyes weren't just looking at her, they recognized her. He showed no surprise or confusion, just stood before her with a serious expression, like someone who knew more than he wanted to say. She felt her hands tremble slightly. The girl said in surprise that it was her, the third prince. How could he know it was her, since she was dressed as a man? And in fact, her appearance had no signs that would betray her true identity. It seemed incredible, and she could not understand how he could guess her true face. She was so confused and bewildered that she could not understand how to proceed. Everything that was happening around her seemed so confusing and unexpected that she could not find any logic in the situation. Her thoughts were confused, and her heart beat faster from nervous tension. She stood as if spellbound, not knowing what would happen next. The man, covered with his shirt, asked with a careful look, "What are you wearing?" His voice sounded calm, but there was a certain interest hidden in his eyes. This was Halsin Chris, the third prince, and his unusual manner only emphasized his status. The girl thought that if the third prince told his brother and father about her visit to the Chamber of Commerce, she would be in big trouble. She quickly assessed the situation. If the truth came out, it could seriously affect her reputation and the attitude towards her in the family. She began to apologize, trying to explain her behavior. The girl said that she had always been interested in the Chamber of Commerce, and that is why she decided to change into men's clothes so that she could explore the place. She strongly requested that no one tell about it and not create unnecessary problems. The girl had already approached the door and was trying to open it, her heart beating faster, because she was ready for any consequences, but she hoped that she would be able to avoid trouble. Suddenly, she heard the voice of the fourth prince asking to open the door. The girl froze in place, her heart beating faster, and her mind filled with doubts. The girl didn't understand how he ended up here. She was confused, not knowing where to go, and felt her heart pounding in her chest. The third prince calmly asked if it was her brother's voice, listening to every word with a slight irony in his voice. The third prince wondered if he really didn't know that this girl was here, and what these two were really up to. His gaze remained calm, but with a slight hint of curiosity that could not be hidden. The girl thought that the situation was simply absurd. How could she talk about killing the third prince's grandfather when he himself was in the next room? The whole situation was becoming more and more confusing, and she felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what exactly. The prince continued to insist, saying that if the door was not opened on the count of 3, he would break it down. His voice was determined, and the girl felt her pulse quicken. She quickly looked around, trying to find a way out of the situation, which was becoming increasingly tense. The girl felt fear creeping up on her as she realized what the consequences of this situation could be. If the fourth prince found out that she had overheard their conversation and was alone with the third prince, it could cause serious problems for her family. She couldn't let anyone think that her family had anything to do with it. The girl turned to her husband for help, explaining that the third prince must not find out about her entry into the Chamber of Commerce. She was worried that if he found out, all her efforts and diligence could be ruined, and she would find herself in a difficult situation. The man looked at her calmly. His bright green eyes were penetrating, and it seemed that he saw through her. His gaze was calm, but at the same time so expressive that the girl felt her heart beat faster. Suddenly, the third prince decided that he would not wait any longer and would break down the door. He informed his men of his decision, and they immediately agreed, ready to carry out the order. They burst inside, unhesitatingly following the prince's order. Suddenly, one of his men noticed the man's shoulders and was very surprised by it. The third prince calmly asked who was making the noise, his voice sounding confident, as if he already knew what was going to happen. He stood in the doorway, looking at the audience with an impenetrable expression, like a king accustomed to respect and submission. His gaze was cold, but there was also a certain curiosity in it. He was waiting for an answer. The fourth prince was surprised to see the third. His expression changed, and he could not contain his surprised reaction. He looked at his older brother and asked why he was here. However, his question was more rhetorical, as they both realized that each of them had their own motives for being in this place. The fourth prince, unable to contain his anger, asked if anyone suspicious had entered the room. His voice was firm and harsh, as if he had already made up his mind. He could not understand why he was in the next room, and if there was indeed someone there, it posed a serious threat. The man calmly replied that no one had come in, and suggested that they continue their search elsewhere. His voice remained even, despite all the tension in the situation. He sounded confident, as if he already knew that this time he would avoid any misunderstandings and would be able to find the answer to the question that was bothering them. The fourth prince warned that this man could be dangerous, and for their safety, it was better to check everything thoroughly. However, the man calmly replied that now was not the best time for such checks, and that they should wait, as the situation required a more considered approach. He tried to calm the princes, but his words remained tense. The guy looked at him with some distrust and said that they were family, so there was nothing to be uncomfortable about. He was sure that someone was here, and his gaze became even more penetrating. It was a moment when everything was on the verge of disclosure and danger, and he was ready to deal with all doubts, leaving no room for secrets. He ordered his assistants to search the room thoroughly, and they did so without hesitation. Everyone quickly entered the room, examining every corner, searching for any possible traces or suspicious objects. The tension in the air increased with each step, and every movement seemed as if they were approaching a solution. The boy was sure that the little boy in the hat was in this room. His gaze quickly scanned every corner, as if searching for something that might betray the boy's presence. He could not believe that he had managed to hide so well. The feeling of anxiety grew with every passing minute, and he doubted more and more whether it would be easy for him to find him. The third prince, addressing the fourth, noted that he was behaving very badly. His voice was restrained, but there was fatigue and disappointment in it. He did not understand why the fourth was so aggressive in a situation where everything could have been resolved without unnecessary conflicts. His brother was convinced that he needed to act more thoughtfully and calmly. Suddenly, small, tiny feet appeared from behind the large canvas. It was unexpected and surprised everyone in the room. The boy standing by the door instantly noticed the movement and stopped, watching closely. The feet looked as if they were only partially hidden, and what happened next was to determine whether they belonged to the one everyone was looking for. The boy shifted his gaze to the small feet, and it really surprised him. He was surprised not only by the fact that someone was hiding behind the canvas, but also by the fact that these feet looked familiar. He frowned, trying to understand why they seemed so familiar to him, but he could not understand anything. The silence in the room became tense. The boy, gathering all his determination, ordered his assistants to pull out whoever was hiding behind the curtain. His voice was calm, but there was a firmness in it that indicated that he did not plan to tolerate any more tricks or secrets. The assistants moved towards the curtain without hesitation, ready to find out who was hiding behind it. The third prince, without waiting for his assistants, reacted instantly. He abruptly pulled the curtain towards him, opening it, and saw the one who had hidden. His gaze was piercing. He could not allow this incident to remain without consequences. All eyes in the room focused on him, and the tension grew with every second. The third prince, hugging the person who was wrapped in the curtain. The person who was hidden looked confused and embarrassed. The prince held his gaze on her, as if trying to understand why she had chosen to hide here, and why she had not said anything earlier. At least that was what he pretended to do. The third prince shouted, pointing to the girl who was wrapped in a curtain, "This is my wife! And she is not dressed." His voice became even louder, mixing panic and anger. All eyes in the room instantly turned to her, and the atmosphere became tense. The girl, turning around excitedly, felt even more embarrassed. The two men looked at each other, not knowing how to react to the situation. They stood there, confused, not knowing what to do next. They could neither calmly leave the room nor take any action, because the situation was so confusing and unpredictable that even they, experienced in such matters, did not know the right thing to do. The boy couldn't believe his eyes. He stood there, confused and bewildered, watching the third prince, who had always been so reserved and serious, now find himself in this situation with a girl right in the Chamber of Commerce. It was too strange and unexpected, as this could hardly have been part of the plan or usual etiquette. One of the assistants, who had been watching, clapped his hands, and smiling a little nervously, warned the others that the third prince seemed to be in a good mood. He had probably just made a mistake, and it was not as serious as it seemed at first glance. Everyone present looked at each other in surprise, trying to understand whether this was really so. Suddenly, the door opened and the crown prince appeared on the threshold. He smiled, silently looked around everyone, and said that they were leaving. His calm demeanor somewhat relieved the atmosphere. Everyone present turned their gazes to him, and everyone again began to wait to see how the situation would develop. The third prince froze in place, holding the girl in his arms, wrapped in the curtain. He didn't know how to justify himself to the crown prince, who had suddenly appeared. His usually confident expression changed to one of confusion, and his gaze darted from the crown prince to the girl. The situation was becoming increasingly awkward. The crown prince, maintaining his calm and smile, turned to the fourth prince, suggesting that he leave the man alone. He noted that now was not the time for interrogations, and promised that they would still have the opportunity to meet and spend time together. His words sounded confident, like an order, but the tone remained friendly, which did not cause any doubts about the fulfillment of his will. The door slammed shut behind them, the sound echoing through the spacious room. A tense silence hung in the air, as if everything around had stopped. It seemed that even the walls held the echo of that moment, hiding the secret that had just left the room with the guests. The girl carefully unwrapped the cloth that wrapped her, and, looking around, whispered, "Have they left yet?" Her eyes were wide open, and her voice trembled with excitement. She tried to control her fear, but her face showed how much she was worried about what had happened. The man kept a calm expression on his face, looking at her intently. His impassive gaze made it clear that the danger was over. The girl felt relieved, her tension gradually dissipated. She bowed her head slightly, expressing gratitude, and tried to calm her breathing. Although her heart was still beating rapidly, his green eyes radiated a benevolence and calmness that made her feel a little more at ease. The look seemed to tell her that she had nothing to worry about, and it only increased her gratitude for his help. The man replied with a slight smile that he could not refuse the lady's request. His tone was calm and confident, which made the girl even more confused. His attitude seemed so natural, as if it was the most natural thing for him to come to the rescue, even in such unusual circumstances. The girl could not hide her admiration. She caught herself thinking that the man behaved exactly as she had imagined him to be when reading the novel. His manners, calmness, confidence, everything corresponded to the image of the noble hero from the book. This further strengthened her sympathy for him and made her heart beat faster. The man never aspired to power or the throne. He preferred a quiet life, devoid of intrigue and struggle for the throne. However, his grandfather, having ambitious plans, constantly pressured him, demanding to become a part of this game. In the end, under pressure from his family, the man decided to make an attempt, although he knew that it was against his wishes. The girl couldn't feel sorry for him because she had experienced a much greater tragedy herself. She knew that the death she suffered in the novel was much worse than his. She felt that her pain and suffering were immeasurably greater than what he had gone through. The girl told him to cherish the present because the time they had was the most important. This seemed strange to her because she herself had experienced so much pain and loss that other moments seemed impermanent and temporary. However, she understood the importance of cherishing each moment. She did not want him to repeat her mistakes. The fourth prince followed the crown prince down the corridor, looking back at every step, and asked what would happen if that person turned out to be a messenger from their rival and was eavesdropping on their conversations. His words expressed concern, because although he did not believe it, he tried not to give vent to his doubts, but his heart beat faster at the possible consequences. The crown prince sternly suggested that they postpone the duke's assassination until later. His voice was cold and decisive, and his gaze was full of inner strength. He understood that time was not always on their side, but he also realized that hasty decisions could turn into a big problem for them. So he decided not to rush. The boy agreed with a smile, because everything he had planned was going according to plan. He understood that these delays only played into his hands, allowing him to better prepare for what was to come. His confidence was obvious, and he seemed to be calmly in control of the situation, knowing how everything should develop. The door opened with a slow, loud creak, filling the air with tension. Every sound seemed to emphasize the importance of what was about to happen. The new brother entered the room and was met by the host, who held a letter of introduction in his hands. He nodded in greeting, and his gaze was attentive, almost appraising. Everyone present in the room understood that this moment was important and could determine the further development of events. The young man greeted them politely, saying that he was glad to meet them. His voice was calm, but there was a certain reserve in it, as if he already knew exactly what to expect from this meeting. He assessed the atmosphere in the room and looked closely at the host, as if trying to understand his intentions. The man said that after so many years, he was the first one to be recommended by His Majesty. The boy seemed to have the ability, which made him an interesting candidate for further assignments. His words were important, because they not only indicated a high opinion of the boy, but also a certain interest in his potential. This praise gave a feeling of importance. The man approached the young man, tapping the tiles with his stick, creating a rhythm in the silence of the room. The sounds were so clear and loud that even the boy's slightest steps seemed invisible against their background. This approach, combined with the constant tapping, added to the atmosphere of tension, emphasizing the importance of this meeting. The boy was surprised to see that the man was injured because he was walking with a stick. It seemed unexpected, because before he had seemed so steadfast and strong. The boy's gaze became more attentive, and he noticed that the injury was not accidental. His face reflected signs of a difficult past. The man said that the letter did not indicate who he really was, and asked the boy to say hello. His gaze was calm, but slightly mysterious, like a man accustomed to unexpected situations. He leaned on his stick, waiting for the young man to understand that he should respond to this request in order to continue his acquaintance. The boy excitedly announced his name, saying that his name was Uriel, and that he was the adopted son of Duke Howard. His voice was a little shaky, because he could not predict how the man would react to such a statement. He watched the reaction of his interlocutor, trying to understand how to proceed in this situation. Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in surprise and anger. He looked up at Uriel and seemed to realize instantly that he was not just a young man, but someone who could have a much greater influence than he had ever imagined. The word he uttered was one of utter surprise, and it was difficult to know what reaction to expect next. The man added in surprise that this boy was Godwin's son, and his eyes seemed to widen in shock. His whole appearance changed, and he could not hide his surprise that this young man had such a combination in his blood. There was a slight hint of disbelief in his voice. The banquet hall was impressively luxurious, with walls covered with huge crystal chandeliers. The air was filled with the aromas of various dishes that adorned long tables covered with white tablecloths. People sitting at the tables were chatting with each other, laughing and having fun, while the servants hurried to serve new dishes. The tables were filled with luxurious cakes, each of which was a true culinary masterpiece. Bright fruits, cream layers, chocolate decorations. Everything was elegant and thought out in detail. Some cakes were covered with a light layer of white cream with berry accents, others with delicious nuts and honey layers. The maid turned to the girl, with a slight worry on her face, and asked if anything would happen to Uriel. She noted with concern that they were not allowed into the room with him, and perhaps this could lead to unforeseen situations. She was worried, because even a small mistake could have serious consequences for everyone. The girl, without thinking, replied that the maid should not worry, because everything would be fine with Uriel. She was sure that everything would be resolved, and at that moment her calm tone should have reassured the maid. And so, behind the boy, stood the fourth prince, who would always protect him. The townspeople believe that the Chamber of Commerce still exists because of Aaron's saving the king's life. Their stories of this act have become part of local legend, and they look back with pride on this moment when they think of the chamber and its role in society. However, after he was seriously injured, Aaron was forced to resign as commander of the royal order. Losing this position was a heavy blow to him, but he continued to remain an important figure in the kingdom due to his skills and dedication, even though he was forced to choose a different path. However, no one knew that the true master of Aaron was the nameless fourth prince, Sayan. His role was hidden from many, and only a few people knew about this secret. Sayan, although remaining in the shadows, had a huge influence on the events that took place in the kingdom, and his decisions were crucial for the future of everyone. The girl thought that this guy was too ruthless. She understood that if she hadn't read the original novel, she wouldn't know all his tricks. His behavior was cold and prudent. He always found an advantage in any situation, and even the biggest trials became for him just another step towards achieving his goal. That is why it needed to maintain the storyline. The beautiful architectural lines of the building became more impressive. It was a chamber of commerce, with high walls and graceful columns that emphasized its significance. The luxurious decoration, location in the heart of the city, and the constant visits of important people gave it a special atmosphere. The man, putting his hands on the boy's shoulders, turned to him, asking if he remembered him. His gaze was serious, his voice calm, but you could feel a certain depth in it, as if there was something important hidden behind this question, something that could change their further interaction. However, he asked in surprise if they knew each other. His expression betrayed confusion, as if he had not expected such a question at all, and he doubted for a moment that there could be a connection between them. The man replied that he had served with his father when he was less than a year old. He remembered the times when they had worked together, and his voice was filled with nostalgia for those days when everything was simpler and clearer. He also added that they served together in the royal order, and when the fourth prince became engaged to the lady, the king ordered his father to be brought here and instructed to declare a large army to protect the family. The man noted that it was a great responsibility, and that his father was proud of his task. At the end, he said that after that, they went to war with the duke, and after that, they never saw each other again. The boy replied in surprise that he did not know about this. He felt some uncertainty in his memories, and realized that he should learn more about his father's past. The man patted him on the head and said with a serious expression that he had heard about his father's death and the formation of a new family. Then he asked if he was being treated well by his new family. The boy replied with a smile that his older sister was very kind, and thanks to her care and support, he quickly adapted to his new home. He felt at home here because she always took care of him, helped with everything, and was a good support in his new environment. The man was surprised, but calmly asked about the girl. He noted that he was indeed fine, but as the bride of the fourth prince, he believed that he deserved someone better. The boy angrily replied that his elder sister was too kind and beautiful, and he knew of no better lady to compare with her. His words were filled with indignation, for he did not understand how anyone could doubt her merits, especially when she was so wonderful. To him, she was incomparable. The man asked him if he liked her too. His gaze was calm, but there was interest in it. He couldn't help but notice how the boy was protective of his sister, and curiosity about their relationship was inevitable. But the boy angrily replied that she was simply a good person and his older sister. He did not understand why the question had arisen, and his words were marked by a clear aversion to any wrong assumptions. His defense was not only for her dignity, but also out of deep respect and family affection. The guy added at the end that she was exquisite and perfect, and he thought the fourth prince was not worthy of her. His words sounded confident, with a certain tinge of indignation. For him, she was higher than any titles or statuses, and he could not accept that she could be perceived as less than she deserved. The boy added angrily that all the prince did was mock her. His voice became heavy with anger, and deep disappointment could be seen in his eyes. He could not understand why the prince, having such a wonderful person by his side, did not appreciate her properly, insulting her with his actions. The man immediately, upon hearing these words, quickly covered his mouth, trying to calm him down. He said in fear that he could not say that, and that it was dangerous for both of them. The decision to speak in such a tone about the prince could lead to serious consequences, and he tried to make the boy understand that this was not the time for such statements. Suddenly, the door burst open, and the prince appeared, asking where the boy had seen him mocking the girl. His gaze was stern, and his voice cold, as he tried to understand why he was being attributed with such treatment of the bride. The man turned to the prince and asked why he was here, why they were dealing with this matter now. His tone was tense, but he still tried to remain calm, trying to understand what role the prince was playing in this situation. The boy asked in surprise why the prince couldn't come, as if it were a simple matter. His question was filled not only with surprise, but also with a slight doubt, as he couldn't understand why such a simple meeting should cause problems. The man immediately apologized to the boy, bowing, which showed his respect and desire to make things right. His action was sincere, and he was trying his best to clear up the misunderstanding. The boy watched the situation carefully and couldn't understand why this man was so afraid of the fourth prince. He knew that the chamber was sponsored by the king himself, and it seemed that he shouldn't be so cautious. Perhaps there was some secret interaction or incomprehensible connection between them that remained hidden from the outside eye. The man said that the boy would come to the Chamber of Commerce once a week, and he would teach him how to fence. Now that everything was settled, he could go home. If he did not go, the fourth prince would punish him. The boy agreed with the man and thanked him for his help, feeling grateful that he had been taught something important. He looked again at the man, who looked as if he had never felt any threat, and sighed deeply. The boy stopped, turning towards the voice. It was the voice of the man who had been giving him instructions earlier. He was surprised, because he thought everything was over. The fourth prince addressed him, and the boy, feeling the tension in the air, waited intently for the continuation of his words, not knowing what exactly he wanted from him now. The prince said that if the boy wanted to study, it would be better to come every day instead of once a week. He thought that this would give him more time and avoid bothering his bride. The man wondered if he had made a mistake after all, and the prince actually cared about this guy, because he had even written a letter of recommendation. This was surprising, considering how little interest he had shown in others before. The man also added a few words to the boy about his training, agreeing with the prince. He said that more intensive training would benefit him more, because a future fencer needs not only experience, but also discipline. The boy angrily replied that his sister was waiting for him, and he had no time to stay here. His voice was firm, and his expression was full of irritation. He could not understand why the prince had wasted so much time on empty talk when all he needed was help. The prince asked in surprise if the girl was at the Chamber of Commerce, to which the boy, worried, replied that she was at home. He quickly realized that he had almost revealed their secrets, and his heart felt heavy from how almost everything had been revealed. His gaze darkened. He realized that with every word he risked losing everything that had been so carefully hidden. The prince, looking closely at the boy, suddenly realized that the girl was probably here after all. His gaze became more penetrating, and he began to doubt the boy's words. Something in his behavior suggested that he was trying to hide something important. The prince decided to find out more, but did not immediately ask questions, so as not to look too suspicious. The man, watching the prince closely, asked if he really intended to marry this girl when he took the throne. He could not fully understand his motivation. As for a man of his status and position, it seemed an atypical, even strange step. The boy immediately looked at the man doubtfully and asked if it was even possible. His voice sounded like a mixture of disbelief and interest, because he couldn't imagine how such a thing could happen, given all the difficulties and political obstacles that stood in the way of it. However, the man replied that he had been told that the entire family was just part of a bigger game, and the task he had been given was to find the truth. He also added that the older brother had joined the second prince's faction, which turned out to be a betrayal, as it led to him being deceived. There were many different sweets on the tables: pies, cakes, fruits, chocolate bars, colorful marmalade, and tiny cakes, all placed next to each other, filling the space with their aroma. The guy turned to the girl who was about to eat something, putting out his hand, thus letting her know that he was back. Aya seemed to have fallen into paradise, enjoying the various and delicious food. The boy told the girl with a joyful smile that he would now come to this ward every day to improve his fencing skills. He was full of determination and impatience because this was the chance he had been waiting for so long. She kindly praised his efforts. The boy thanked her for her support with a smile, feeling her words give him confidence. He could already imagine how he would improve his skills, and he was ready to work even harder to prove to everyone that he was capable of achieving great heights. She was sincerely happy for the success of the young man, his new little brother. The boy added that he was not worried about the possibility of someone laughing at him or making fun of him. His real concern was to protect her. He did not want her to suffer, and he felt a strong desire to protect her from anyone who might harm her. This was especially true of the fourth prince, whom he did not trust at all. The girl smiled and reassured him that everything would be fine. She quickly took a piece of marmalade and, before he could object, put it in his mouth. The girl added with a smile that her sister was not in vain worried about him, because if she did not make mistakes, the young man would love her very much and would not kill her. This thought made her think about how important it was to manage the situation correctly and not lose trust. However, she did not really like the situation that was happening now. The guy looked at her kindly, smiled, and ate the marmalade. It looked very cute, and there was warmth and gratitude in his eyes for her care. The girl had mentioned to her friends that the weather was beautiful today and suggested they take a walk to see what was going on at the secret estate. She was in the mood for a little adventure and hoped it would be an interesting visit. The sun was indeed shining brightly outside. She secretly began building her business empire, preparing the groundwork in case her family collapsed. She understood that one plan was not enough, so she always had a backup plan in mind. Her strategy was thought out to the smallest detail, and she was prepared for any development. The Chamber of Commerce was the legacy of the late queen. Although the king tried to appropriate it, everything remained in the hands of the fourth prince. It was a symbol of the power he had inherited, and even the king's attempts could not shake his position. His name was Seen. The Chamber of Commerce combined intelligence, luxury, and military power, which is why it was known as the Core Empire. This place became a center of economic and political power, where not only trade relations developed, but also military strategies that contributed to maintaining power. Princes often came here to demonstrate their power and influence, as they believed that the Chamber of Commerce was a guarantee of a secure seat on the throne. After all, control of this powerful institution meant not only economic stability, but also a political advantage that could be decisive in the struggle for the crown. The girl reflected that her mother's inheritance had been passed on to her son, but remained inaccessible to others. This created certain limitations, but also opportunities. She understood that even in such a situation, she needed to think through her steps, because in a world where power and resources often depended on connections and influence, inheritance alone was not enough to achieve. Suddenly, she heard a scream, and someone was trying to warn her. Immediately stretching out her hand, the girl turned around in surprise, feeling her heart beat faster with surprise. Something was wrong, and she felt that this could be an important warning. The carriage almost accidentally missed the girl, but the boy, her new younger brother, instantly rushed to her aid. He managed to grab her, pushing her to a safe distance, and, hugging her as tightly as possible, protected her from danger. Her heart was beating rapidly, and he, hearing her heavy breathing, quietly reassured her, promising that everything would be fine. The girl felt calm in his arms, feeling the security and warmth that he gave her. He was in no hurry to let go of her. His hands remained on her body, like a reliable support in a moment of danger. Her heart calmed under his touch, and at that moment he realized how important it was for her to be near him. The boy asked in surprise how this was possible, because the carriage could not move so quickly on the site where there were so many people. He could not understand why the driver did not pay attention to the surroundings and why they did not stop in time. Uriel was really worried about the girl, He could not even explain his emotions. The maid added indignantly that it seemed to be the second prince's carriage, which had recently run over a person. She looked furious, because such incidents should not happen, especially with such high-ranking officials. She had always tried to help and protect the girl. However, the girl agreed, and noted that no one except the second prince should allow themselves to behave like this in front of the king, because the current queen is his mother, and such behavior calls into question the authority of the royal family. The king was married to 4 women. The first was the mother of the crown prince, a woman with exotic looks who helped the king take his place on the throne. She died giving birth to a child, leaving a deep mark on the history of the kingdom. The second queen was Sayan's mother, a very wealthy and influential woman who made the kingdom financially prosperous. She died of a serious illness when her son was only 8 years old, leaving him deeply saddened by her absence. The third queen was the mother of the third prince, the daughter of the famous murderous duke, the strongest knight who died in the war, giving her life for the kingdom. Her courage and devotion left a great mark on the hearts of the people, and she became a symbol of invincible strength and patriotism. The fourth queen was the most controversial of all. She was a former mistress who, without power or wealth, was able to rise to her current position. Her beauty and charm were the forces that made the king pay attention to her, despite her humble origins. She was so impressive that she won his heart. The girl continued to talk about the royal family, noting that a man like him would not have been able to survive if it were not for his mother. She emphasized that it was thanks to her that the king gained his power and was able to keep the kingdom under control. Her influence was so strong that even after her death, the king continued to live by her principles and decisions for a long time. The novel described how the girl's older brother fell under the influence of the second prince and nearly dragged the entire family into his political intrigues. His decisions and actions caused significant difficulties for the family, as his connections with the prince led to conflicts with other parts of the court and the nobles. The girl thought that she definitely needed to find time to talk to her older brother. She decided that she had to convince him to stay away from the intrigues of the second prince. After all, even a small mistake could cost their family dearly. The girl sighed deeply, thinking about her older brother. He had always been too trusting and reckless, easily influenced by others. She was worried about him because she knew that his naivety and desire to please those in power could lead to disastrous consequences. She was heading to a magnificent clothing store that was known for its luxurious range and sophisticated designs. The streets were filled with people admiring the bright windows, but the girl walked confidently forward, absorbed in her thoughts. The boy asked why they were here, but the girl calmly replied that she had business to attend to. She quickly glanced around the storefront and added a few words to reassure him. The boy just sighed, realizing that there was no point in arguing, and decided to accompany her to make sure everything would be okay. Suddenly, a woman approached them, smiling pleasantly and asking if the girl had come to pick up the dress. Her tone was polite, but there was interest in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The boy thought that perhaps women really enjoyed shopping. He watched the girl talk to the employee with ease, selecting details and evaluating the work, and he couldn't help but be amazed at her patience. He himself felt that he would have been tired after just a few minutes of such an activity. The girl calmly asked the boy to stay with the maid, explaining that she needed to take care of some matters alone. The boy, a little surprised, nevertheless agreed, although he did not understand why he was asked to wait.